mentors, and founders. Proudly presented to you by Bali Investment Club, KUMPUL, and the Parq Ubud team. Now, I'd really like to thank you all, for joining us today and for being patient with us as we working out the technicalities of some of the setups, but we're pretty much ready to rock and roll. So, going to do a quick introduction of the teams and then head into the program. We've got beautiful, large-scale versions of ourselves. My name is Tom Corley, for those of you who don't know. I'm a co-founder and managing partner of Bali Investment Club, Bali's first impact-driven investment fund that really looks at promoting entrepreneurial and sustainable, driven concepts and bridging Indonesian talent and foreign talent that we have here on the islands. Next, I'd like to introduce Faye. Faye, please come on stage. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, welcome, and very excited to be here. So I'm from KUMPUL. We are one of the biggest ecosystem builder in Indonesia. We work with strategic partners like Parq and also another 113 hubs in 38 cities across Indonesia. So we work through programs, entrepreneurial programs, we run accelerators, and together with Bali Investment Club, we curate some of the startups that you will hear and see today. And this is also our way to create more access to pre-seed or seed level of funding, because there's so much interest around the world for Indonesia, but most of the fundings are actually coming for Series A onwards. So we see there's this missing link before Series A funding, and we hope through these programs to angels and founders, we can create this impactful bridge that can create like concrete collaborations and access to fundings for all of the startups that you will hear today. So I think that's all.
That was good. Thank you so much, Faye. And next, I'd like to introduce you Matthew Paul, co-host and moderator, who will be holding the stage with us today.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Good morning, everybody. My name is Matt Paul. I'm a blockchain consultant and educator, and so I'll be moderating the blockchain portion of the event today. I'm also a resident at Parq. You know, me and my wife have been living here for 10 months now, and so I can tell you firsthand that what's being built here is something truly unique and special. You know, they call it the city of the future. It's about 50% complete right now, so it's going to be a lot bigger. But you're already seeing some of these components of a city start to crystallize. You know, you have very robust niche communities that are being built here. You got an art community, you got a fashion community, you got a general co-working digital nomad community, fitness community, meditation community, yoga, tea community. And our next initiative is going to be building out a crypto community as well. This is an initiative that I'll be leading. So what that looks like is more events like this. You know, we'll definitely be doing another Angels and Founders based on the initial demand. We're going to be doing a Crypto 101 that's more education and awareness based around the actual technology. We've secured 8 experts communities that are being built here. You got an art community, you got a fashion community, you got a general co-working digital nomad community, fitness community, meditation community, yoga, tea community. And our next initiative is going to be building out a crypto community as well. This is an initiative that I'll be leading. So what that looks like is more events like this. You know, we'll definitely be doing another Angels and Founders based on the initial demand. We're going to be doing a Crypto 101 that's more education and awareness based around the actual technology. We've secured 8 expert communities that are being built here. You got an art community, you got a fashion community, you got a in general, if this is your first time at Parq, this initiative is going. I encourage you to walk around, take initiative that I'll be leading. So what that looks like is more events like this. If any of that, you know, we'll definitely team that can give you a tour if you want a tour as well. And lastly, I would like to give some shout outs. Special thanks to Andre and the Parq team for giving us the stage, giving us the event space. They're also sponsoring the event, or one of our sponsors. Big shout out to the rest of our sponsors that are here, to our founders that'll be pitching today, to our panel of investors and angels that took time out of their busy schedules, to the audience. You know, this is a curated audience, so there's some high impact individuals in our audience as well. So I would encourage everybody to definitely stick around for the networking. You're gonna be meeting some really cool people, I'm sure. Other than that, I think Serge would maybe like to come up and say something. Serge is sponsoring the event, or one of our sponsors. Big shout out to the rest of our sponsors that are here.
Hi everyone.
Our founders
Thank
that'll
you,
be
Matt.
pitching
Thank you,
today,
Tom.
to
Yeah,
our
we
panel
are
of
really
investors
happy
and
to see you
angels that
here,
took time out of
and
their
on
busy
behalf of Parq, I
schedules,
wanna
to the audience.
say
You know, this is a
hi,
curated
welcome.
audience.
If you wanna have a
so
tour,
there's
just
some
let
high
me know.
impact
I'm gonna
individuals
do
in
it
our
for you.
audience as
Maybe,
well. So I would encourage
while
everybody
dinner
to
or
definitely
just
stick
after
around
the
for
event.
the networking.
And
You're
special
going to be
thanks
meeting
to
some
all
really cool
partners,
people, I'm
Andre,
sure.
who support
Other
all
than
these
that, I
ideas.
think
And,
Serge would maybe
yeah,
like to
I'm
come up and
really
say something.
excited
Serge is
about
sponsoring the
Parq,
event, or one of our sponsors. Big shout out to the rest of our sponsors that are here.
Just,
Hi everyone. Our founders that'll be pitching today, to our panel of investors and angels that took time out of their busy schedules, to the audience. You know, this is a curated audience.
If you want to have a tour. And thank you. Have a good luck.
Thanks, Serge.
All right. So today we've got quite a packed program for all of you. And to just ease into the flow of things, we're going to start with a little bit of storytelling. So sharing the stories of some of the Bali-born startups that have, well, some have been here for quite a while already that you probably know of, and especially a new company that came into our lives about a year ago. Unfortunately, Olaf, the CEO of Buka.po, which is the company that I'll be sharing the story today, is in Surabaya right now and couldn't join us on this day. But just so you know, Buka.po is the first company that Bali Investment Club backed last year. And it's been such an amazing journey because we were really able to be with him from the very beginning of his company. And now he's just moving faster than we can always manage. And I'm going to be sharing a bit of the highlights, and then we'll move on to the next program. Felipe, would you kindly mind to put the Buka.po deck on? Thank you. Perfect. All right, so how many of you have ordered from GoFood before? Can I get a hands up? Okay, wonderful. You know what that's about. You get on your phone, you're hungry, you find the food that you want, you order it, it gets delivered to your door. So we are very accustomed to this type of service, but we are also very privileged to experience this type of service because when you actually think about all the restaurants that are on a GoCheck or GoFood platform, it's all real businesses, real restaurants, people who actually had cash to start a resto and invest into this business. Now, as you know, the Indonesian population is over 270 million. And what you may not have realized is that this country is run by small and micro businesses. There's over 60 million across the island, and they really form the backbone of the Indonesian economy. We, mostly as foreigners, get to enjoy the benefits of the service industry, but it's really the backbone of what is Indonesia today and how people operate. And so in this space, especially during COVID, there was a huge impact on jobs and on people being able to make money for their companies and stuff, but no shortage of skill. As you know, the Indonesian kitchen is quite diverse. Everybody makes really, really good local food. And this is when, at the beginning of the last year, this gentleman, I'm going to stand on this side for a second, Olaf Purvis, approached the Bali Investment Club team and talked to us about the Buka.po. And his dream and his vision was to essentially create a GoFood platform that would serve the small and micro businesses. So all the people that you see in the streets that have their local little food stops that are run and have been completely running offline for generations, creating a platform dedicated to those merchants and helping them get onto the digital side of things. So welcome to Book.po. As you can see, it looks very much like what you'd find on GoFood, except the color's orange. But it's really based by a community movement. And what's been amazing about this is that for those of you think Indonesians or people that understand Indonesian, Book.po is actually, let's say, like street talk for open purchase order, Buka being open, PO being purchase order. And so the main difference on the Book.po platform is you don't order for right now. You order ahead of time, at least 24 hours ahead of time. So for many of us that are really in this kind of, I want what I want, and I want it now, it doesn't really serve you. But for most of the world, or most of the rest of the island, people are actually planning their meals ahead of time. And so when you bring in this mechanic, what happens is that you order your food ahead of time and you pay for your food ahead of time. And what that lets the merchant do is actually use the money that you've paid to start buying the ingredients and preparing the food. And this has been a major issue for micro entrepreneurs who would have to take the risk of forking out cash before they even know if they had a customer. And now Olaf has flipped this on its head, making sure that the customer orders are there, the money are there, and then the merchants are safe and they know that they can make food and that people are going to come collect it. So these are just two basic examples of what I was talking about, of people who have that entrepreneurial mindset, but you just don't have the cash to get going. And so Book.po is serving actually a huge segment of women micro-entrepreneurs, and he's been working with his team, going on a grassroots levels, educating people and sending them onto the platform, helping them understand how to take photos, how to prepare their little shop space on the platform, and making sure they have everything they need to start trading and helping each other. So, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to just skip the fun part and just move on to just this quickly. So many of you, this is just a business slide, but many of you may not know exactly how these types of platforms operate. So it's super simple. Each, let's say, Gojek-like platform has 3 revenue streams. So the first one is they charge a transaction fee on any goods that are sold. So it's generally a really low fee, meaning that for the company to make any money, they need to have a really high volume. The second part would be a delivery fee, so a commission from delivery providers. So any company any third-party company that they will use is generally a revenue share. And then the last one will be advertisement, sponsorship. So any companies that, let's say, want to have a bit of prime time on the stage, on the front page, and that's how the company gets cash. So if any of you are thinking of starting some form of e-commerce or any trading platform, those are the revenue streams that you should be looking at for your business, because that will form the backbone of the money coming into your shop. Now, going into some more numbers, and of course today is part storytelling, but start also sharing the business stories and how businesses are built. And this is where Book.po really becomes amazing. So as I'm sure you can see, this is a very simple traditional graph of what every pitch deck you've ever seen looks like. Every year we double, we triple growth projections. And this is kind of where we started off with Olaf. We said, okay, cool, start small, get big. And this is what happened over the last 6 months. We met at the beginning of the year, we signed the contract in July. By September, we had raised $100,000 for Book.po and done a bit of strategy work with them to help them going. And then something happened, and I'm not sure if it was the money, the marketing or something, but something definitely happened, and sales just went up and up and up. And now we were obviously kind of expecting this, because as we know, in Bali in December, lots of people arrive, every business kind of thrives. So we were expecting kind of, okay, go up to December and then start slumping and adjusting back in January. And that didn't happen. It just carried on growing and growing and growing. And as a result, we actually had to have a sit down in early December and talk about how we were going to support the growth. So for all of you that are serial entrepreneurs, you know that when a company generates momentum, you have to keep the momentum going. You cannot throttle a company. You have to use that critical energy and really support it and let it go at its flow. So these are some of the key numbers that Book.io achieved. And I think something that's really amazing is that they have it around a 50% retention rate. And in any form of, let's say, digital business, this is one of the key numbers that you will look at. It's like, okay, cool, you can get 1 million app downloads, that's great. But how many of these people actually stick with you? And that number tells you how many people like you, it tells you what your loyalty is, and essentially drives all of the support that you're going to have over time. And quick recap of the journey. I think we've gone through most of it already. So we opened the second round of funding for Book.io, I said, is in December, and we managed to raise $350,000 to help the company start moving to Java, which, as you know, is where the real markets in Indonesia are. And this is exactly where Olaf is right now, activating the Java expansion. As you can see, crazy jump in GMV in the last 4 months, and we're here to essentially help Olaf take this company to the moon. We've got they've got some exciting partners that they're working with. This is also growing every day. And this is some of the key impact numbers that they've delivered. So, as I mentioned, Bali Investment Club is really about supporting companies that provide more than financial returns. We want to see the companies have a positive footprint on the environment, on the Indonesian societies. And for us, these are the numbers that really made us smile. $450,000 have gone directly into micro entrepreneurs' pockets since Olaf started, serving over 800 merchants and providing microloans that they were not able to get before. So for us, when we look at the value generated, these are the numbers that are really important to us. And yeah, this is the Book.io team. I'd love for you to give them an applause just in a sense here. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to introduce a company that you will probably have worn already. And it's as simple as that. It's because this company is called Seoul. Seoul makes really awesome slops and footwear out of recycled rubber. As most of you may have skipped that part because they just look really, really cool, Seoul's core has always been to produce sustainable shoes, and we've also been in touch with them. We've been working with them for the last couple of months to really help take this company even bigger than it is. Some of you may know this, but Seoul actually trades across every continent in the world, and we're on a mission to bring them to the Havaiana levels of things and make sustainable footwear the footwear of choice for everybody in the future. Mr. Kyle, Mr. Kai, I'd like to bring you on stage. Philippa, oh, you've done it already, amazing. Please give a warm welcome to Kyle and Kai, founders of Seoul.
All right, my name's Kyle.
And I'm Kai.
And we're Sandal Guys. All right. We are, here we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, little help here, technical difficulties. Yeah. Can you put it back on there? Yeah, there it is. All right, here we go. Yeah, so we're with Seoul, and as Tom mentioned, we've been around for a while. We've been around since 2009. We're a hybrid brand between Bali and California. What we're doing here is we're making sandals out of tires. A lot of people don't know that tire pollution is one of the biggest pollution problems facing our planet. Each year, 1.5 billion tires end up in landfills, clogging riverways, and these tires are burned for cheap fuel, which is very toxic for the air. They're also a breeding ground for mosquitoes, which spread nasty diseases like Zika, dengue, and others. So what we're doing is taking these tires and we're on a mission to turn them into sandals. So we have a goal to recycle over 1 million pair of sandals and continue growing the brand for a cleaner and greener Indonesia with a goal to dominate the world. A little bit about the brand here. We're a certified B Corp, which you may or may not be familiar with. It's a pretty challenging rating to get. What that means is that our manufacturing is fully responsible, meets all the certifications. All of our products made right here in Indonesia. We're also a 1% for the Planet member, which means we give back 1% of our sales each year to various nonprofits. In the early days, we were a fully handcrafted product. So we literally had 40 or so Balinese artisans hand-cutting tires and turning them into sandals, which was great. The product had a lot of charm, but we really could only make like 10 or 15,000 pair per year. So as soon as we started to ramp up demand, we realized that the learning curve was pretty steep, and we couldn't satisfy the demand, so we knew we needed to change. We needed to scale our business so we could reach the mass market and make even more of a difference at the environment's bottom line. So I'm going to let Kai talk about that.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. As alluded to, my name's Kai. I was actually born and raised here in Indonesia, in Jakarta. I have a deep passion for Indonesia, and that's what led Kyle and I together back in 2009. It was a serendipitous meeting, and I just loved what Kyle had built. And what he alluded to was that we were utilizing motorcycle tires. And you guys may have seen this around the globe, India, Africa, usually developing countries, they use tires, again, because it's such a strong material. Charles Goodyear back in 1850 invented the tire, right? And potentially that tire is still out here somewhere because it just doesn't break down. Over time, tires evolved. They were originally made out of latex, right? Brazil, even right here in Indonesia and Thailand, we were exporting rubber to the first world to make tires. That evolved. They're now primarily made out of petroleum. It's a synthetic rubber. Synthetic rubber equals petroleum. Yet another thing that the petroleum industry has domination over. Now, Kyle alluded to these tires being burned. Why are they being burned? Because they're petroleum. All right, so we took these tires, we stamped them out, we put them on shoes, trying to make a difference. What we noticed was that it was hard to produce, as Kyle alluded to. We changed to car tires. We had the sidewall, we stamped them out. It was cool. You said Stone, said Chill from Michelin. Very cool. Craft. Couldn't keep up with demand. That's how we got our foundation going. What we noticed was that there were still extra pieces of tire after we stamped them out. It didn't make us feel good. So we started researching how can we use that additional part of the tire. We ground it up. And that's what our process is today. And what we found was after we ground it up and we remolded it, it was able to be scaled and able to be a uniform product across the board. This is our set technology. This is our IP. Now, you'll see in 2017, we basically took a step back and we said, hey, if we're going to use this new process, let's do it right. So in 2017, we only did 7,000 pair. All right, and then all of a sudden, people loved the product. It was more comfortable. It was easier to produce. It was easier to deliver. That next year, we did 46,000 in 2018, and in that next year, we did 100,000 pair in 2019. Boom, COVID. So here we are, 2022. We made it past these 2 years, and we're back on our target. We're going to do 120,000 pairs this year. And let me tell you about our new sandal that we started in 2017 that is now available worldwide and that started here in Bali at our flagship store in Canggu. The foam footbed, it's 30% recycled foam. It was a very difficult process to get that foam and have recycled content in it. It's very difficult, actually almost harder than doing it with a recycled tire. The strap's going to be 100% recycled. Right now it's 30%. We're pushing the manufacturer to get 100%. The thong, 100% recycled polyester. And then, of course, our signature outsoles. And this is our range. This is our basics range. This is the colors that represent the elements of nature that we want to protect. Now, Kyle alluded to us being part of 1% for the planet. Now, you'll see our color sea salt on the left. Now, that goes into protecting mangroves here in Indonesia with a company called Sea Trees, an organization called Sea Trees. Shore, same thing, but they're protecting kelp forests. And kelp, if you don't know, is one of the largest carbon-absorbing plants on the planet, and it's super regenerative. Soil, regenerative farming, so storing carbon into soil and replanting and helping farmers regenerate their soil. Leaf, plant a tree, save the rainforest. And black, of course, that's our tires. And then we have seasonal products every year, which will be dedicated to renewable energy. Our demographic, our key market right now is 25 to 35, but we hope to grow a little bit younger with a new product we'll talk about, and we hope to grow a little bit older as we improve some of our art support in this coming raise. We are a little bit heavier on the women's side than men's side currently, but we feel really good about the equality that we project in our sales. And I think this goes back to you, right? Some of our new systems management.
Yeah, internally we work with various systems such as Shopify to power our e-commerce sales, which is our #1 sales channel at the moment. Using sophisticated technology is key to any brand success in this day and age. And talking a little bit about where our product moves to, as Kai mentioned, kind of our demographic and the sweet spot is mainly millennials and female influenced. And in sustainability, a lot of the products out there are just a little overpriced for what they are. It's our belief that everybody should get to play in sustainability as a consumer. Everybody should be able to actually afford to wear these products. So we wanted to make a product that is actually affordable and be able to scale that up into a fashionable product so we can hit all levels. Our marketing position, as mentioned, being based here in Indonesia gives us more flexibility than some of the other brands that are made in other countries, gives us a unique advantage. And again, in today's day and age, as a consumer, it's all about checking the boxes. You want to see a brand that is, giving back, is using recycled or organic content, and is just simply doing things right. International, as Tom mentioned, which was great, we're distributed worldwide, and this past year, we solidified even more partners around the world. We worked 16 countries in Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Taiwan, the Middle East, and the USA. Here's a snapshot at our team and our management team. We actually have 14 full-time staff people. We have 7 Indonesians and 7 expats from various areas of the world. You might have heard about our shop located in Canggu, pretty close to Echo Beach. We've found a lot of great success in our shop. Make high margin sales. It's a great way to get the brand story out there and get Indo Souls walking all around the island of Bali and beyond. So in our future plans with our investment, our plan is to open several more shops here in Bali and then growing into the Jakarta area as well. Here's our loyal shop staff. Our shop managed to stay open all through COVID times because our staff really believed in, really wanted to keep on working. Yes, we took a hit in sales, but this year so far, March and April have been our busiest months ever for the brand. We found a great niche in private label business with an opportunity to make custom goods for various companies. Like we had a great opportunity with Google to make slides for all of their staff members during a work-at-home period. We also sell to amazing retailers all across the world. Here's a snapshot of a few, like the Iconic in Australia, USA, and here in Bali, hotels and resorts. Back to Kai.
All right, boys, I'm going to need to cut you off in 60 seconds.
Okay, we'll go to the next. We'll talk about what's coming, all right? And so we started out with tires, but what we found is that we want to go a step further. We want to use organic materials. So there's been some development in biochemistry. So we're going to be incorporating some algae foam into our footbeds moving forward. We've got Pable, which is a great company here in Indonesia, 100% recycled fabric. So they take old clothes, they respin it into thread, they remake fabric. We'll be coming out with those this coming year. Sungai Watch, they recycle sandals in the river. They asked us, could we use it? We're developing that recycled foam. We're calling it repurposed foam. Going to be making some great new collaborations with Sungai Watch. Hijack Sandals will be coming out with more of a mountain sandal. And actually, this is our use of funds. So if you are interested in investment, come and see us. This is our Instagram. Follow us. And the last thing is our new launch. We'll be launching in 2 weeks at our Canggu store. The exhibit is right out here in front. It's sneaker soles. Adidas, Nike, some of these major sneaker soles are discarding about 2 million pairs a month, and they don't know what to do with them. We're recycling. We're making now white soles. So not just black soles anymore. We'll be having white soles, and we can dye those any color. So the opportunities are endless. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you all.
Wonderful stuff, gentlemen, wonderful stuff. So here you go, Indo Seoul. If you'd like to chat to these gents, please do so. They will be here the whole day. We do have one of their stands halfway up the stairs where you can actually check out the goods. Please give them one last round of applause. Really amazing work, gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so enough of the storytelling and on with the pitching arena, which is the reason why we're all here today, is to put 10 amazing startups in the hot seat and have our panel of industry experts give them what they've got. I would quickly like to introduce our 7 panelists today. First, we have Stella Lim. Stella, everybody say hello to Stella, standing right here. So she's a country director in the energy and impact sectors, has years of experience dealing with multiple businesses in Indonesia, seasoned angel entrepreneur, and member of Bali Investment Club. Whoops, did I miss the click? We're almost there, Felipa, can you please give me the panelists on the screen? We're getting there. I normally have a big photo for everybody to see. Yeah. Whenever you're ready. Can we start with Stella, please? No, those are the founders. We need the panelists, please. Yeah. Oh. Go down, Felipa.
Do you see yourself on the left?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to have to run it. It's fine. Okay, go full screen on that, and then we run it backwards. Okay, so Stella Lim, representing one of our key investors on this side. Next, we have Mr. Andre Frey himself, co-founder and CEO of Parq, serial entrepreneur, one of the main reasons why we are all here today. Please give him a warm welcome. We then have Mr. Filippo Lombardi. Please, warm welcome here. Co-founder, Chief Product Technology Officer at Fabiello, seasoned expert in the tech space, and amazing gentleman. I really invite you to have a chat with him after we're done with this session. We have Mr. Gil Petersell, mastermind, coach, experts. There's just so many labels to you, I don't really know where to start, but some of you have maybe heard of him. I'm sure you have. He's joining us today and will be also facilitating some of the mentorship sessions during the lunch break. Next, we have Mr. Ole Kodowski, Chief Trading Officer at Stratman Brothers. Please give him a warm welcome. Stratman Brothers is also one of the partners and the sponsors of today's session. And I think one of your colleagues will be giving a talk after the lunch break, correct? There we go. Hello, hello. And then we have Jonathan Pilasov, who is right there, sorry, geek entrepreneur. We had to really dig to find a little bit more of your bio, but generally when someone says geek entrepreneur, it means that they know quite a lot and they've been busy with quite a lot of things. So we're really happy to have you on the panel and to get your view on the companies that are coming next. And then finally, we have Mr. Rob Charles, founder and CEO of Goldfinger, who you guys operate out of Dubai, if I'm not mistaken, or just worldwide? There's a worldwide group of investors in the blockchain space across multiple industries. He really represents a large group of change makers. Him and Gil are good friends, I believe. And you are, I think, going to be quite interested with some of the companies that we have to present today. The idea, of course, is to look at impact, look at sustainability, look at blockchain, and look at how we can merge these ideas and create added value for all. The point of today, of course, knowledge exchange, collaboration, investment being one of the elements that we're seeking. So, would you mind giving us the scorecard slide? There we go. So, of course, today is about helping startups level up, scale up, take their business to the next level. And so what we've created today is a very simple vetting mechanism for all of you to actually participate in how we're going to review these companies. So of course, verbal feedback is great, but understanding how investors look at businesses, how they judge them, how they look at their investment readiness is a bit of an art form. And today we've created a super simple type form for the panelists to be able to rate each of the companies as they present, but also for you, the audience, to participate, share your views on what you think is good, less good at the companies. Please scan this QR code now. We'll be bringing it up after every single presentation and give you a moment to actually vet each company. This is very valuable feedback that we'll be sharing with each of the founders. And of course, we will use these results to announce some of the winners of today, some of the startups of the day, as we have some exciting prizes to give out. Matt?
Quick question for the guys in the back. Can you actually scan this? You good? Okay.
Cool. Great stuff. I think we're ready. Matt, would you like to launch Semantu?
Sure. Okay. So we got our first startup. It's a little change in the schedule. We originally had One Button Capital. They have switched to the afternoon block. Renee was generous enough to say he'll do Semantu first for us. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. So Semantu is providing some very critical infrastructure when it comes to Web3. You know, we've been sold this utopian vision of what Web3 is going to be all about, but there's a lot of gaps in that vision. And what Semantu is trying to do is bridge a lot of those gaps. There's gaps in communication protocols, there's gaps in standardization, there's gaps in decentralization, there's gaps in linking data. And so Semantu is trying to bridge all of these gaps and give you an all-in-one solution and platform. It is a very big deal. It is a very big vision. So please pay attention. Renee, come on up, man. Oh, sure. We forgot to announce the format. So we're going to do 5 minutes for every one of the pitchers. 5 to 7 minutes, we'll give them a little bit of leniency. And then we'll do a 10-minute Q&A with the angels and the audience. And then we have a little buffer of 3 to 5 minutes in case we go over. And that's going to be the format for every single one of the pitchers. At any point in time, you guys can give your scores during the pitch. Thank you.
Hello. Imagine a new way to interact with the web. Imagine you can access your personal information and public information from one place. And you don't have to go to all sorts of web pages to find it. You can access it all from one place without advertisements. Imagine this web, you're in control, so you can view the information in any way you want. And imagine this web is intelligent. It understands you. You can interact with it. It has your best interest at heart. You trust it. It's secure. It's like a friend, an ally. And imagine this web doesn't just help us individually, but also collectively. It can help us define what is true for us so that we can make sense of the world together. It can help us organize ourselves so that we can overcome the outdated governance systems that are in place today. And it can help us find solutions so that we can overcome the crises that we face today. Now, luckily, a new web is emerging. You may have heard of Web 3, which consists of not just blockchain, but also virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things, which is smart devices. However, there are some problems. It's more complex to use, but also for developers. And so what we see is a trend in no-code app builders. What this means is, imagine Wix or Squarespace for websites, where you click to get a website without needing to code. We can do the same thing for applications. The problem, however, with these no-code builders that are arising is that they're often too restrictive, too rigid. You can't really do what you want to do. And they lock you into one specific place. And there's more. There's an interoperability problem, which means things don't always work together automatically. Right? We have, for example, multiple blockchains, multiple metaverses, all these different smart devices, and not everything speaks the same language. Luckily, there's one more thing to Web 3, which is the original Web 3.0, the semantic web or linked data. And what linked data does, it interconnects all the data in one space. It makes one graph, this is called. And it helps things speak the same language. It's all in the same structure. And this is a massive trend that's growing 100% year over year in the corporate world. And many of the largest corporations are doing this. 98% either have a knowledge graph or want to build one. The problem is, it's not really accessible yet to everybody else. So it's expensive and inaccessible. So here's what we do. We build a no-code Web3 app builder based on linked data. And because we based it on linked data, we can connect all these different elements of Web3 in one product, as well as legacy systems. And we basically make knowledge graphs available for everyone. On top of that, it's ultra flexible. So if you have an idea, you can really do what you want to do. You can decide what data you need and how you want to visualize it and build an app without needing to code. It's powered by AI, and that helps you get great data insights. It helps you understand your users. It helps you understand how you can get to your goals for your project. And there's no vendor lock-in. So here are some of the top trends in the software industry today. We have AI, blockchain, IoT, big data, cloud computing, augmented reality, security. And we are literally at the intersection of all these large emerging markets, which are all set to grow 5 to 10 times over the next 7 years. So there's a lot of potential. Now, there is a bunch of other no-code app builders out there, right? It's a rising trend. But to be honest, there's no one really out there that combines all these features that we offer. So, like I said, it's flexible. You can really build what you want. It connects all these different elements of Web3. We use natural language search and AI to help you find data insights. It's based on an open developer community. It's interoperable out of the box. And we also let you map your application to 3D. So if you want to be in the metaverse, you build it in 2D, we automatically make sure it's also available in 3D. So this is our strategy at the moment. We are right now releasing Linked, which is our open library and repository of features. With that, we are building a developer community to make sure we have a lot of features available and in our marketplace. We're already working with our first strategic clients and partnerships, and we're open for more. And with all this in place, we'll be releasing the first version of our app builder. Our business model comes basically down to 2 revenue streams. The first one, we have a software as a service platform with a free model and also recurring monthly fees for premium services.
5 minutes, Renee.
On top of that, we have a marketplace. for everything you need to build applications, and we take a fee on every transaction. So coming back to this original vision, knowledge graphs are really perfect for semantic AI. And semantic AI is trustable, transparent, and can really help us organize ourselves. On top of that, our product is great at visualizing any data. And so we see Semant to develop into the Web3 search engine. And finally, because we have so many high impact and positive impact projects here today, we'll be opening spaces for communities to come together, to grow their networks, to gather the resources they need, to make decisions together, and build the applications that they need to move towards their goals. So we're right now raising our pre-seed investment round. Because we have a lot of things coming out in the coming months, and we did a lot of research before, we decided to do a relatively small first round of $150,000 US with a valuation cap of 4 million. With that, we will have 6 to 9 months runway to release the first version of our product and build up our developer community. We're specifically looking for active investors who don't just help with money, but also with their networks and their expertise. And for those investors, we offer additional equity. And finally, this is our team. I'm the main technical guy. I have 2 co-founders, which are not here today. Carlin, who has led large teams and has a lot of experience in boards and leading large teams. Harry, who is a product specialist and has developed, designed, and launched over 25 products. And finally, our main advisor is Stephen Blom, who has founded and grown a lot of successful companies. That's it. Thank you.
Well done. You made it right at 7 minutes, man. That was perfect. All right, so we'll open it up to our panel of investors and angels for questions. Yeah. Gil, you want to pass the mic around?
Hi, thank you for that great presentation. I'm curious if maybe you have a slide that shows a roadmap of what you guys have done so far and what's coming up in the next 6 to 9 months.
Yeah. Can we go back to the slides? Yeah, I had that one ready. Because it was kind of an overlap with our strategy, I left it out. But so we did a lot of research and development on how to use linked data for app builders. Right now we're raising our pre-seed round. We are already launching our open protocol and our repository. We aim to launch the first version of our app builder in the next 3 to 6 months, maximum 9, but 3 to 6 months. And like I said, there's a lot of things that we feel are coming out right now. Like there's so much research that has gone into our technology, but not a lot is visible. And that's why we decided to do a small pre-seed round. And then we want to raise a proper seed round before the end of the year with the next version, the beta launch, and then the marketplace and token launch coming next year. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Could you talk a little bit about the tech stack and what if, is it open source? So whatever you build with the app builder, are you able to, let's say, other dev teams be able to come in and build off of your tech stack as well?
Sorry, what was the second part? Is it open source and?
Yeah, are you going to have other developer communities that I saw some bounty programs where, let's say, for example, I use your app building system, I can use my technology team to actually build on top of what you've already built?
Yeah, so our open library is an open repository. So we've open sourced part of our technology, which basically makes it possible for developers to use linked data in a much more easy way and speed up their development. And so we're opening this repository for anyone to connect different data sources. This is like we can basically take any data source, whether it's different blockchains or Excel sheets or Wikipedia data, which is already available in linked data. And so that's why we're open sourcing it and making an open community so that anyone can connect and create features in our marketplace. So we map that to linked data and then help create a graph.
So could you walk through a couple of use cases of systems that you have in the pipeline or projects you have in the pipeline and from a user perspective or your typical client, right?
So what we're working on right now, the first demos of the open source part that is not yet in the builder, we use a lot of data from the graph, which is GraphQL, So we're visualizing blockchain data in a much more easy way. So if you want to get insight in whatever is happening on a blockchain, and we're specifically going for this use case first because there's a lot of momentum, you can visualize that data in a meaningful way very quickly as a developer. But our typical user or our typical client for our app builder is a mid-level developer or a developer who works at a mid-sized company who can do things with our builder that they can never do by themselves because of the added complexity. And so we make application development, especially for Web3 related things, so much more efficient that we make Web3 available to a much larger audience and mid-sized companies and not just the big players.
Fantastic. And what about, you mentioned token. What are the token use cases? Why does someone need a token, for example, to use your system?
So we are exploring different models. So we're starting with a traditional company, and we can just stay in fiat, but there is a marketplace, so there's a potential to use a token. What we're currently looking at is actually two different tokens, one for investors and one for the open source community. And that means that anyone who creates application components that are used in our marketplace and in our service, in our automated app builder, they get some of the revenue back. So part of the revenue is spread through a token for developers. However, we could also have a token for the marketplace. So there's multiple options we're looking at, and this is something, we don't really need it, but this is something we look to explore in the coming time.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Anybody from the Angels? No? You got that question answered, Oleg? Yeah? Okay. Do we got anybody from the audience that has any questions for Renee? Yeah? Oh, okay. In general, like the actual pitch itself? Okay, thank you. Any questions though? No? Yeah, there's also seats up here, by the way.
Don't be shy.
Okay, I think that's it then. We'll cut that off here. We have 4 minutes left. Thank you very much, Renee.
Thank you.
While we transition, you guys please use the QR code to vote. Let Renee know how he did. Give him a chance to win the prize at the end as well.
So after this, so Arif, yeah?
They want us to vote.
Adrian. And you did it.
You just pull up your laptop and use your message.
Just vote for me. Just
vote?
let's use this. I don't have a.
All right. We're going to give you a couple more seconds to finish vetting for Semanto. I hope you're all able to scan the QR code and go through the Typeform very quickly. We made sure that it is thumb friendly, and we'll be collecting the scores during the lunch break to start helping the companies understand where they stand, and then to use this for our ratings later in the day. Now, I would like to call on stage the founder or the speaker of the next company. And the next company is something that let's say in Bali, in Indonesia, we're all fond of, and it's the cold. As you know, it's super hot here every day. We're all trying to run away from the heat. Aircons are our best friends. Cold beers are our best friends. And keeping things cold is obviously a big job. And it requires a whole lot of logistics, it requires a whole lot of thinking. And without any further ado, I would like to introduce Arif, who will be presenting on behalf of Goodix today, a logistics company specialized in cold storage and making sure that everything stays fresh as it moves across the islands. Thank you very much for joining us, Arif. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. So actually I'm standing here because I'm the one on my team that can speak English. So they set up me actually. But first, before I begin, I would like to say thanks actually for the Investment Club for having us and to seeing all these people here to support the ecosystem for the startup like us. It's very great, it's very great. You should be proud of yourself. And we want to become the part of the club as well. That's why that we present you Goodix. So what is Goodix actually? Let's the storytelling tell itself what Goodix is doing in the last year. Okay, so let's start with the story. So when the people, for example, in Bali, he had or she has a very good product in frozen food product, she wants to expand the product in Jakarta, for example. They will face these two problems, new market penetrations. They will face a problem in infrastructures. They will face the problem in delivery. In infrastructure itself, in Indonesia, it's become a very classic problems from start Indonesia's independence, perhaps, until now, because cold storage location in Indonesia is centralized, mostly in the near of the harbor or mostly in this industrial zone. And the second, most of the cold storage is intended for the large capacity storage. So the frozen food business owner, the small one, cannot use this facility. And then the problem is not done yet. They have the delivery problem. Right now in Indonesia, mostly the delivery problem is for the first mile. They came from warehouse to warehouse. For a warehouse to the another warehouse, not the warehouse from the end user. But the frozen food user is us. During this pandemic, the using of the frozen food is very, very huge. And the second problem that we know now, the SME market growth. So I noticed the first time that Bukapeo is presenting here, so we have the same vision actually. We want to empower the person that has a passion for selling frozen food in Indonesia, but they have this problem. They will have lack of working capital, lack of product, and distribution issue. So the question may arise, why do we choose frozen food product? This is the market data. It's 14 billion in 2025. Right now, it's 95 billion. Right now, it's 95 billion rupiah. Yeah, this is 40 billion US dollar. Yes, it's almost 95 trillion actually. Right now, it's 40 billion in 2025. And the percentage for the growth, for the increase, for the needs for the frozen food is 25% each year. But the thing is, the growth for the cold chain infrastructure per year is only 9%. So the gap is very big. So we came for the solution actually for the first, and these people from the government asking us, why don't you just build a big storage? No, it doesn't solve the problem. Because right now, the problems, it could be solved if we build the storage that close to the market. That's why Goodix is here. So Goodix has 3 value propositions. We have fulfillment services. It could be micro storage, it could be hub, it could be everything that could support the system, that bring your product close to the market. The distribution for this facility is the key for Goodix. So we're not going to build a big storage. We will build a micro storage from 1 tons to 10 tons, but it's spreading all over Indonesia. So we'll bring your product close to the market. And we have integrated cold chain solution to the last mile delivery services. We will bring your product close to your market. We will bring your product direct to your users. We will knock the door and we will bring that frozen food. And the second is, and the third, it's probably aligned with Bukapeo. We want to empower small-scale frozen food business owner to have the opportunity to grow. We will help them. And also, we will use them as well as our fulfillment center and hub. So we will creating a network for the frozen food. Will be supported by warehouse management system and transport management system in our technological platform. This is our infrastructure in 2021. So right now we have 7 active cold storage, mostly in Jabodetabek. We will go to Bali, yes, in next 5 years actually. And then we have 3 unit truck called CDA, to box insulated fan, and right now we are piloting for warung dingin in Jabodetabek. Why 4? Why not 10,000? Why not 3,000? If it's already 10,000, I'll be standing there actually as an investor, not as a startup. And we have warehouse management system. This is our tractions.
In a 5 minutes, gentlemen.
Okay. In a year, we are storing 405,000 tons. With the value for the product is $16 million that we are storing in our facility. We are already delivering a 10,000 package, and we have warung dingin with the 4 tons and value in 10K USD a month. This is the revenue for a month, and we have 15 active clients. And the growth is 8% to 15%. This is our Q4 2021. This is what we're looking for right now. So we are raising now 18 months financing for our OPEX, for working capital, mostly for marketing costs and technological platform. So what for an initial investment in 50%, this is what we're looking for the projection. In 2022, we're gonna have this capacity to 600 tons with warung dingin 500. Until 2026, we will have capacity in 7,500 tons. And warung dingin is 10,000 with revenue $149 million. It will be just only up 1% from total market value in Indonesia. We just want 1%, but that's big. This is our client right now. We serve Charon Pokpan, Gojek, Bumi Food, Widodo, Food Story, and all other startup, all other SME that we cannot pull the name for this one because they don't have any logo. So this is our achievement. Thanks for KUMPUL, Faye. We are selecting at the 8 best startup in KUMPUL, and we also have another accelerator program. This is us, me Arif as a CEO, Mas Hendra as a CEO. We have Mas Awan as a COO and Mas Awan as a CTO. And this is what we want to. We want to become a cold supply chain management solution to connect the supply and demand of frozen food product easier and faster. And with your help, we can make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arif. Timing-wise, you didn't do too bad either. You're also on 7 minutes. I'd like now to invite our panel to ask some questions to the founding team. Please, turn on your mics. You can just long press for about 2-3 seconds on the button, maybe on the bottom. There we go. And that way everyone in the audience can hear you.
Hello.
And if anybody in the crowd has questions, just lift your hand and then we will give you a slot also.
Hi, can I ask what's the difference between the warung dingin and your active storage?
Sorry?
What's the difference between your warung dingin with your active storage or the cold storage?
Okay, as for warung dingin, our cold storage is a big facility. Okay. So the client like Gojek, Charon Pokpan uses our facility in the fulfillment services. So actually we are managing their store. We are managing their storage. Start from picking, fulfilling, picking until delivering. But for warung dingin, it's small actually. It's just like a kind of warung. The person that has like a small space and we can like lend them a freezer there. So it's not big. The capacity is like around 100 kilograms, under 500 kilograms. So the thing is warung dingin is one of the key, the key element actually for our business. That's why that right now in 2022, we want to develop warung dingin. And for the next, warung dingin is also will become our hub to connect the facility, our main facility, direct to the customer through that warung dingin. So they will have two source of revenue. They could sell their own product, and also they could have our margin from delivery.
maybe I can add a little more. Warung Dingin is kind of like our services to help, like what Arif said before, because we want to connect the supply and demand frozen food directly, easier and faster. So we already have a customer who using our fulfillment center in cold storage, and then we also can help them to spreading their product directly to end user by using our Warung Dingin. So that's why we separate between the cold storage and Warung Dingin. So Warung Dingin will help the frozen food production to expand their product more easier, because we have a lot of Warung Dingin to make them space to show their product and then sell their product in our Warung Dingin store. Thank you.
Hi guys, congratulations for what you guys are building. I have two questions. The first one will be, how big is the actual market of logistics in the frozen food chain? I think you spoke about the market on the frozen food, but not on the logistics side. You guys have competitors as well in Indonesia. I think Fresh Factory is one of them.
Yeah.
What is your competitive advantage? And the second question regards the sustainability side. You operate in a vertical that is very, is usually, because you consume a lot of CO2 during transportation and a lot of energy, are you taking the sustainability angle since you're a young company, and are you going to differentiate yourself from bigger players that are already probably too big for that, or are you going to basically not talk about it at all?
Okay, thanks. Well, actually, what is the first question? Yes, we do have the market research for the biggest of the logistics in Indonesia itself, but not for the transportation actually, because we are focusing on the cold storage. So right now, the cold storage itself, the numbers for in 2021 is 26 trillion. That's the value of the market for the cold storage itself. Right now, we're having 69 players in Indonesia. Mostly they're big company like Sukanda Jaya, MGM Bosco, and whatsoever, Kiat Ananda. Fresh Factory is just one of them, actually, just one of them. Because the biggest player right now is already in Indonesia for almost like years. And that's the market, actually. That's the market. Right now, the capacity in Indonesia itself is 330,000 tons in Indonesia itself. From that 96 cold storage. And then your second questions, actually we're not gonna play in that big player, because in that big player is already red oceans, so just gonna kill us. It's gonna easy for kill us. But the things that after that we're running the business, we're already been approached by several big company like Meratus Group, like also with Telkom, and also with, not Telkom, Telkom is not logistic, Meratus, and also with Kamajaya Group. So they want to us actually for serve the lower market actually, because they know the problem is now not in the B2B, because in the B2B, the big one, like, you know, the biggest company right now, like a Belfort or something like that, they already have this platform. But for the small one, for how to penetrate directly to the market, because like what I told you before, the problem is from the B2B is they only have the first mile logistic, but for the last mile logistic, they don't have one. So usually they ask us actually as a partner. So that's the area that we're gonna play. So we're not gonna play there. Not even a change. I don't want to actually.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any questions from the audience? 2 hands up, camera crew. Gentleman on the right, Mr. Oleg and company. It would be really nice to get your gentlemen's, we've got some feedback here, to get your views on these types of businesses. So obviously you guys specialize a little bit more in the Web3 blockchain space. Yeah. And I think this type of business has potential to actually leverage some of that technology. And it would be really good for you gentlemen to perhaps share your views on how this could integrate into a business like Goodix.
Yes. So you can ask anything actually. If you want to ask my bank account as well, it's okay. I will give it to you. Yes, please.
Hi, congratulations again for the presentation.
Thank you.
Quick question. For the storage places that you're having, are you building them? Are you buying them? Are you leasing them?
Okay, well actually we have partners. So Goodix not building cold storage because it's going to be heavy asset, right? And for the first time that we entering this business, yes, for build the cold storage, we have this in mind. But until we assess the market, it's very, very expensive to build a cold storage. It's almost 2.1 billion for each cold storage, and of course that we cannot afford that. So right now we're having two type of the partnership. First, that we're looking for the investors, not for the working capital investors, but the investors like a pensioner, what's pensioner? Retired person that has a lot of money and they don't know what to do with the money. So we are approaching them to build the cold storage. So right now that 7 facility is built by them actually, not by us. So we have profit sharing in there. And the second is we are having partnership with Meratus Line. Meratus Line is we have privilege for activating their 100 river container all around Indonesia. And also for location, we are partnering with Telkom. So actually right now we're only operating them. So we don't, well until now we don't, actually we don't really see why that we need to build the cold storage. Because the location by itself, we have one, and river container is making our business easier because it's movable. We can move them from one point to one point. So it's easy, and we're just sharing them a profit right now.
Thank you.
Great stuff, great stuff, great stuff. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for presenting. I'd like to ask you, you're doing it already, fantastic. Take care, take care, take care. Thank you. Thank you for keeping us fresh. I would like now for all of you to please just take a minute to give your call on how you think Goodix did. I think your feedback will be very, very valuable. We're going to give you a minute or so to fill in your scorecards, and then we will move on to the next company. Mr. Sim standing right there, and Matthew will be, Matt, how do you, yeah? Everywhere goes, good, good, good. We'll be introducing this fine gentleman. And timing-wise, good news for everybody. We are doing really well on that side, meaning that 3 more companies to go, quick little panel chat, and then you'll all be able to take a break, enjoy the delicious food you can find around, and of course, refresh yourselves.
Just hold the, oh, it's fine, you're going to be there. No, it's fine, go for it. And I'll do it down.
All right. So next up we have Sim Kela with Real Earth Elements. Sim is a close friend of mine. He is a whirlwind of knowledge and information, and he's got a thriving community up in Canggu, a thriving crypto community, and I'm sure many of them are here today. Real Earth Elements, or REE for short, is an enterprise-backed derivative token, which is a mouthful. It means that it's a cryptocurrency like any other with all the utility, all the functionality, except now you have a real-world enterprise that is backing that token and sharing dividends and profits and earnings from their actual business. Starting with copper mining, Cryptic is the company behind it. I'll stop there. I'll let Sim explain exactly how it works. Sim?
Om Swastiastu Bali. How you guys doing? I mean, it's paradise. There's never a bad day in paradise anyway, right? My name is Sim, like a SIM card. I have great reception, better than Telkomsel. And I'm going to introduce something really complicated to you in 5 minutes. Okay, here we go. It's called Real EE, or Real Earth Elements Token. I think I need a clicker for this. So first of all, let's talk about what we believe. We believe that there have been things done in this world the wrong way, and we have a chance to do it the right way, okay? And we're doing it. Mining, not Bitcoin mining, like actual, mining, has been done in a way where giant conglomerates go out and dig up a whole mountain, tear a mountain down, take the ore that they dig up to a processor who processes it with the chemicals and then dumps the chemicals into a river that end up in the ocean, and then take advantage of the local communities, don't give them back anything, and then all the wealth goes to some very, very rich person who can afford mines. I think that's not the best way of doing that. Crypto. There's some things wrong with crypto, too, guys, I'm sorry, okay? Right now, 60% of this space is complete scams, complete Ponzi schemes, right? There's no verifiable value. It's all just hype. It's all just speculation. Most of the cryptos get manipulated. They get pumped and dumped when they launch, and good people lose their money in the process because, again, it's not verifiable. There's nothing actually backing it except for the faith that people put into it, right? And again, even when the cryptos launch, you can't access it. Only the wealthy can access it. Only the people with networks can access it. And the average person doesn't get a chance to even buy it until they get to the point of going public, at which point they're going to dump on you, okay? So what are we doing about that? We figured out a better way to mine. Instead of going out and digging up a whole mountain, we do something called boutique mining, scalable boutique mining. We work with the locals to find the veins of where the actual ore is, and then surgically dig that up and take it out, rather than just completely blowing up a whole mountainside and then finding whatever amount of elements are in there. Then we do our best to re-green the area and leave it better than where we found it. Plus, we leave the communities better than what we found. We work with the local communities. We hire those people. Then we take it to processors who are dedicated to processing it in the right way, not polluting the ocean, not polluting the earth. Okay? And then the wealth is now going to be accessible through our token to anybody. Somebody wants to invest 10,000 rupiah in the middle of Indonesia, as long as they can pass KYC, we're going to make that accessible. On the crypto token side, we're backed by actual revenue. We have actual mines digging out actual materials that are going to be fed into this token, and I'll explain to you how that works. We're fully regulated. We're a security. Most of these crypto tokens out here are trying to avoid regulations. We're registering in the US as a security, so it's equivalent to having a share in a company. And it's going to be launched in a protected environment first, internally, to provide access to everybody and avoid even the possibility of a pump and dump before we go to public markets. Okay? So we fix a bunch of problems that happen in the world. So what is it? What's this token we're talking about, right? This token is backed by the revenues of copper, gold, nickel, and iron mines. Backed by the revenue. The token does not give you ownership of the mines, it gives you rights to some of the revenues from the mines, right? And then we only issue tokens when we want to buy more mines, right? We will go out and find mines, bring them to investors and say, hey, here's a verifiably solid mine that is going to work with our method. We'll issue some tokens, we'll buy some mines, we'll put the value into the token, and the revenue will be paid out to anybody who stakes the token. It's going to be easy to access on an internal OTC exchange where anybody with crypto or without crypto can go and click and buy it either through crypto or outside of crypto. It's a registered security, I already said that. So what is this scalable boutique mining thing, right? What is so different about it? It's that idea of we don't need to go and dig up a whole mountain. Like this ore, it's not like the whole mountain always contains ore. There's specific parts of the mountain that contains ore. Ore is like what metals are inside of, right? And the locals know that stuff. They've been there digging this up for generations. Giant conglomerates come in and actually Don't listen to them, dig up a whole mountain. We're doing the other way. We're working with the locals to find that ore, and then we're going to surgically dig it up. Simple as that.
5 minutes, Sim.
Where do you have 5 minutes? All right. What do we have? What have we done? We got 1,100 hectares in Chile, with 2 mines already functioning, 18 coming online, 3 prospective mines in Philippines are coming online. We're working with the Indonesian government to bring this model to Indonesia. We've already raised $300,000 for the pre-seed. The market, it's exploding. 60% projected growth over the next 8 years. The demand for copper and nickel and all these things is going up because the green world we all want built is going to be built with this stuff, right? Let's just do it in a way where we dig it up in a green way. And I want to spend more time on this than anything else, okay? This whole, like, we want to do good things for Mother Nature isn't just some fluff and some presentation. This is how we need to live our life. In Bali, I mean, I'm preaching to the choir, but this is how we need to change the world in a fundamental way. This is how it works. Commodity prices, the amount of mining efficiency we have, and the number of mines we have feed into mining profits, which goes into the token. Some of that goes into Earth initiatives where we donate back. The rest of it goes to staking rewards, depending on how much you've staked and how long you've staked for, and you get the return back to you. And it's all verifiable, it'll be transparent, unlike most of this space. We've already raised $300,000. We're raising another 1.7 million for seed. The pre-seed round hasn't fully closed. If you're somebody who aligns with our mission, aligns with our vision, we'd be happy to get you a slice of the pre-seed round, something very small. The seed round is going to be closing around end of July. After that, we launch on an internal exchange. And from there, the 14 million and 9 million will be accessible to anybody from across the world. So there will be fair access before we go to public markets. And this is the process. Build it internally, launch it, use the raised capital to buy mines, launch it public, use that to buy mines, or issue more tokens, buy mines, use the dividends to reward the stakers, and then whatever extra dividends we have, we buy the tokens off of the public markets with that. Okay?
I'm gonna have to cut you off there, Sim.
Sweet.
This is a quick one. You wanna wrap it up real quick?
We got a lot of cool people working on it, all the experts in all the different spaces. We got miners, we got expert miners on the ground, we got commodities analysts who built the actual business plan. We got the company's being run by a guy who ran eBay for a bit, one of the data centers of eBay. We have operations being executed by people that have built successful companies. We're partnering with Unix and partners from Holochain and a few other existing successful ventures. Our raised partners have already raised hundreds of millions of dollars, so.
Awesome. Awesome. We'll kill it there. If there's more questions about the team.
That was intense. Thank you.
Well done, especially the sprint at the end, man. All right, we'll open it up to the panelists, to the angels, if anybody has questions. You want the mic? Yeah, pass it down, please. You got to just
Can you tell the audience how much you've raised so far?
We've raised 300,000 with soft commitments on the 1.2 million, or 2 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you tell people how you will know how much copper is in a specific mountain?
That is done through prospecting of the mountain.
Okay, I know. And can you tell the audience how much prospecting actually costs?
I actually have a mining or Dow Jones expert sitting in the back. I'd have him answer that question for you because I'm not the mining expert.
Okay.
You know?
Because I know it costs millions of dollars to get that going. So if you're only raising 2 million, I don't see how you are going to find out effectively how much copper is actually in a mine. But yeah, we can talk about that.
No, we've already spent the millions to go out and prospect and get that 1,100 hectares, and there's already mines working on it.
Okay.
Right, so we've already paid the money up front for it. But again, this is here. I'll let this guy answer.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm with Real Earth Elements. I'm Anthony Robinson. We don't go to green fields, particularly in Chile and the Philippines. We've already identified working mines. We're picking up mines that were closed because of COVID, or someone went bankrupt, or they couldn't pay their back taxes. We have locals on the ground who've told us where the decent veins are. We work with them. We hire them back because they've been unemployed for the last 2 years. In the case of the Philippines, we've spent 3 years identifying necessary mines in areas where people need the money and need the work. And we do everything we can to make sure that we comply not only with national regulations, but our own personal view that mining with people is a way to extract the goods without destroying lives or the environment. And that's our key.
Great, thank you for that. Also, in terms of, I would like to know the measure impact results of how these locals are not dumping these chemicals in the river, right? Because it costs a lot of money to be able to safely release these chemicals. So, I mean, if local people don't have the funds, I would like to know what their methods are.
We are providing guidance to a certain extent to the local people that we work with. The mines themselves don't pollute. In the case of Chile in particular, it's in the middle of the desert, there's nothing there. We don't wholesale mine, we strategically and surgically mine veins. When it comes to the processing, that uses chemicals that must be disposed of in very, very regulated ways. We will not work with processing plants that don't follow strict guidelines, and we ourselves will deploy processing opportunities ourselves when we are funded to that extent. And even if without the funding, eventually because of profitability, we will get to the point where we will provide our own processing plants.
I have so many more questions, but I don't want to make this a one-on-one thing. So if anybody has any more questions.
I'm sure your questions are the best because you actually seem knowledgeable about this. So,
Through experience, because we've had, like I mentioned, we invested in one. So there's a lot of challenges still, right? A year after our investment that we're trying to overcome. And investors, they don't necessarily just give you money, they want to be a part of the process, right? So when businesses come up that investors kind of haven't overcome some challenges and then a new opportunity arises, we bring that expertise, right, to how are you going to solve those challenges? How can we help you solve those challenges to become successful together? So.
And that's what we want in investors. We want, first of all, the vision and the mission to line up. But secondly, if you have expertise of making mistakes or hitting walls on your side, we'd be happy to see how our business model is not privy to those things and how we can avoid doing those things in the first place. Thank you for the questions.
Okay, we got a question from YouTube. I feel like you guys have kind of answered it already, but we'll go through it. It says, this is from Jesse Huang. Mineral exploration is a costly and complex process. It requires very technical knowledge and a lot of capital for exploration drilling. What do you mean with the local to locate the mine and surgically extract it? I feel like you did just answer this question, but maybe you want to reiterate?
I'll do it again.
Okay.
Again, the mines we have are existing mines. They have been operating mines. They were profitable mines. Perhaps the people running them didn't have the necessary skills, or there were family legacies and the taxes built up on them and they couldn't pay them. You do not need to drill. This is a misnomer. You do not need to drill in order to find a mine. Most of what happened in the Yukon territories back in the 1800s were people panning for gold. No one drilled anything. In the case of Chile, the mines are already operating. The locals have been unemployed. They show us where they used to mine. They show us the profitable veins. We simply collect it. We do some blasting with dynamite, which is properly stored appropriately, by the way. And we collect it. We hand sort it with the help of some machinery, and buyers come and pick it up, or we deliver the ore ourselves to the appropriate buyers.
Excellent. Okay, do we have any more questions from the panelists? Yeah, go ahead, Rob. Make this one quick. We got 5 minutes.
So thank you for your presentation. And at the very beginning, you mentioned some inefficiencies in regards to blockchain, crypto, so forth, and Web 3.0, which you're correct. At the same time, however, STOs never really took off after the ICO boom and bust. And one of the problems I see is liquidity into the STO market. That's number one. But number two, why do you need a token for this? Why don't you just do a straight equity? What is the purpose, per se, why you need a token for this?
That's a great question. So this whole business model is not aimed at today's environment. We have a regulatory wall coming down over the next 2 years in the crypto space that's going to clarify the investment space, the entire paradigm of how we actually structure the world. This business model is aimed at that. Liquidity has not been available in this environment because the real investors do not want to enter an unregulated space with no regulatory clarity. I think the next wave that's going to happen is going to be securitize everything. Tokenize world, tokenize brands, tokenize minds, tokenize real estate. I mean, we're going to be tokenizing, me personally, I'm going to be tokenizing everything. I can tokenize you if you want, right? And the world is going to transition to this way of investing. The old way of having brokers and going through stock exchanges and paying 100 middlemen a bunch of money to do this is completely outdated and pointless. So this whole process, it's not aimed at, making this token huge during this bull run. That's actually the antithesis of what we're trying to do, if the bull run's even going on right now. We're more interested in the 2024 and 2025 range, where the landscape changes completely, and STOs at that point will become a massive, massive player in the space.
That's potentially in the future, but as an investor, how can I exit, or what's my liquidity once I come in here? And the argument to that is you could basically take a shell company from OTC for 100, 200,000, list it, and then sell the stock as well. So why not go that model as opposed to something that's not liquid in it currently?
So it's going to be liquid the whole way. We're actually going to be we're going to be bringing in extra liquidity into the internal exchange and using the revenues from the mines to buy tokens off the markets. So the dividends themselves, whatever dividends don't get paid out to stakers, will be used as liquidity to actually buy tokens off the markets. Plus, once this business model is proven, there's going to be a lot of institutional interest that'll be happy to buy it off of you, and they have 5 to 10 year investment skills. So this isn't something where we just raise and then we launch the token to the public markets and just leave it. The communities we're building around it, the investor communities and the crypto communities, are very hungry for having a hedge against the volatility that exists in the crypto space, and the traditional investors are very interested in entering the space in a regulated way.
So it's more also the DeFi component then on the staking and so forth. Okay, got it.
Okay, we're going to wrap it up. You guys, we have 2 minutes left for this session. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Good job, brother. Tom, if you want, actually, can we get the QR code? Perfect. All right, same drill. You guys know what to do. Take about 30 seconds to a minute to fill in your score for Real Earth Elements. In the meantime, I'll invite Tom up here to get set up to introduce our last pitch before the break? Second last pitch.
This is really, really awesome, guys. Of course, being the organizers, we know everything that you're doing on the back end of the scorecard, and we have gotten so far really a lot of responses. So thank you very much for playing along and participating in this. This is going to be super valuable for each of the founders that presented. And next, we're going to give it about, a couple more seconds, but we have 2 more companies that are going to present before we take our lunch break. And the really cool part about this, so obviously you're all familiar with the Bali bubble. Bali people like to organize Bali events for Bali crowds. And we have decided to pop that bubble and actually include Bali as part of the greater part of Indonesia. We are just one of 17,000 islands. Of course, people don't live on all of them, but they do come up with great ideas in the neighboring spaces. And so I would like to introduce Arnold from an app called Tabula. And Tabula is an app that serves people that, let's say, don't all have the opportunity to live in such a beautiful place like Bali, where we can find our retreats, our spiritual, mental, emotional well-being by going to fancy spas, going to visit waterfalls, doing all the beautiful santai stuff that we have in Bali. In big cities like Jakarta, people stress, and managing stress is always a difficult thing, especially in other parts of the world. And the Tabula team has been developing an app just to help people cope with that. So please, Arnold, give Arnold a very warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry? Yep. All right. Yep. All right. Yes. Thank you, Tom, for the very beautiful introduction. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Arnold. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and co-founder of Tabula. We are a wellness, mental health, and self-development ecosystem platform that helps to bridge the inequality of access to mental health and psychological service in Indonesia. Just like Tom said earlier, currently there are pressing problems regarding the psychological and mental health issues in Indonesia. For example, if you have a problem with your physical or with your body, what are you going to do? Most likely people just go to doctor or to clinics, right? But what happens if we have a problem with our emotional, with our psychological? I know maybe Bali is not, this is not the right place to say because every people I know go to Bali for heal themselves, right? But like Tom said, I'm from Jakarta. I have a lot of clients and most of them, they don't know, they're unsure. Where should they go? Where should they seeking for information? Where should they seek for help? And this is ironic because it's actually just the tip of the iceberg. Because on the other hand, there are a lot of psychologists and a lot of mental health practitioners that also face difficulties to tap into this market to provide their services. There are a lot of barriers, so it's not just a matter of numbers, but also a matter of access. So, what Tabula here, we aim to bridge that gap by providing an ecosystem to connect those who are in need of mental health services and those who can provide that services. I know that currently there are a lot of mental health platforms, you name it, there are many mental health platforms, but most of them are still focusing only to provide the service to the demand side, to the client. They just hire a lot of counselors, they just hire individual psychologists to provide their services. What we are doing, we also focusing on the supply side. Because I think this is what, there's not a lot of people know, that psychologists, usually they have their own branding, they have their own clinics, and if you compare it with the platform, at the end it will be conflicting, or it will compete each other. What the supply side needs, they also need a branding, they need network, they need a lot of tech support. So we aim to also enable those psychologists, those mental health practitioners. I myself, a psychologist, my wife there, also a psychologist, and that's what we facing, right? On the demand side, what we're providing currently are, we have three main focuses. First, we focus on the education side because in Indonesia, there's a lot of stigma, a lot of misconception regarding the mental health. We also provide the consultation services when people can book a one-on-one session with a psychologist or counselor. And also we provide a support group, a virtual safe space where people can sharing, where they can support each other about their problems. We're starting in January 2021. We start as a community ourselves, and we're getting incorporated in September 2021. And since then, we already helped more than 30,000 Indonesians In fact, more than a third of our users came from outside Java, Sulawesi, Sumatra, Kalimantan. This is aligned with our vision to bridge the inequality of access of mental health services. And 10% of those are paid customers, so there are willingness to pay on these services. We aim to acquire 75,000 paid users by 2024 and 1.4 million paid users by 2027. Currently, we are still targeting the 15 to 29 years old because that's the segment that has the most problem. But mental health actually is a problem that it has no limit with age. Any stage of development have their own problem, right? So we also have that in our mind in the near future, but currently this is what we have in our hands. And our revenue stream came from B2C and B2B. We're providing the services from the consultation, from the classes, from the workshops, and also from the sponsorship and also the grants from the government. And our go-to-market strategy, currently we're still focusing on our network, but as I said earlier, we aim to collaborate, and we already have several collaborators, so we can tap into more network, we can have a more community in our services. This is our financial statement and projections, and this is our teams. Consists of a wide range of specialty ranging from clinical psychologists, education, social intervention, and also technology. And yeah, this is what we already collaborate. And while we are here to also ask for funding, we're asking for $150,000 for 50% equity. But besides the funding, I would also love to collaborate more, especially in the data space, because data is something that also still a big problem in mental health services. So we believe collaboration is the new competition, and I would love to meet another founders here as well. This is our achievement in 2021, and thanks to KUMPUL to invite us here as well. So thank you. I think we still have time for question and answer.
Yeah.
Hi, Arnold. Great presentations. Thank you. Can I ask about your revenue? You said you have subscription. How many subscription do you have today, and how much do they pay for?
Okay. The subscription is our next plan. So currently, the subscription is not there yet. So we still our revenue is from the one-time transaction basis, and also the sponsorship.
What is this one-time transaction?
So when people want to use the consultation, they want to attend the class, or they want to join the support group, that's the one-time transaction from the B2C. And for the B2B, we also provide the counseling service for the corporate. We have provide our service to Tencent, and also we in the discussion with DHL and Bank Jago, but no deals made yet. So for the B2B, we provide the counseling service for the employee in the part of corporate wellness program. So because startup and corporate is a very stressful one. I'm sure you understand that. And usually in the corporate, it's not easy for the employee to, when they ask for the coworkers, maybe it's not feasible. They ask to the boss, maybe it's conflicting, so they need a neutral, objective third party that can provide their services. And the company pay us for that services.
Okay. And how much do they pay for that services, or how much do you want to charge for the subscription in the future?
Okay. Currently, we charge 150,000 rupees for each session. In our roadmap, the subscription is for the education services. Currently, the education services is a one-time purchase for if people want to come and attend our classes or courses. It range from 50,000 to 150,000 rupees for each session. But we aim to, what we have in mind is we charging around 50 to 100,000 per month
Hi, Arnold.
Yep.
Thanks for your presentation. I have just one question. Telemedicine in Indonesia is already a thing. We have big players like Hello Doctor, HaloDoc. These are backed by big investors. You have Sequoia, you have SoftBank. How do you differentiate yourself by these big guys?
Okay, thank you. I get that question a lot. I myself associate psychologist in Hello Doctor, so I know how they work. And first of all, like Hello Doctor and HaloDoc, they are mostly chat-based. I know HaloDoc already tried to the video chat one, but the thing is, what Hello Doctor and HaloDoc do, they are trying to cover all the doctors, right? So psychologists, well, I think, I don't know about also Indonesia, but in Indonesia, psychologists is still in its infancy regarding the regulation and so on. Like nowadays, even the governing body of psychologists are still conflicting. You know, like the clinical psychologists and psychologists in general. So, but what I'm trying to say is, what differentiates us to Hello Doctor and HaloDoc? We focus on mental health services. So we are not covering the internist or the medical doctor and so on. And also what we focus on are, another platform usually focus on individual doctor or individual psychologist. For example, in Indonesia, I think some of you might heard Relief or maybe Calm or maybe 1%. They are focusing on the individual psychologist, but they are not. I think the problem is way deeper than that, because actually psychologists usually they has their own clinics, they have their own brand, and that's what actually they want to grow. So at the end, the platform will compete with those clinics, and that's what we don't want to. We want to collaborate with them. We want to extend them to a network. I think this event is a perfect example. There are a lot of startups that in demands of funding, right? But there are also a lot of investors that needs where I should put my money to. So that's why KUMPUL and I think Bali Investment Club creating this ecosystem, right? That ecosystem is what missing in Indonesia mental health. I think the mental health situation in Indonesia, because many people just want to eat all the cake by themselves, but what they're missing is you cannot tackle the problem by yourself. You need to create an ecosystem, so from the preventive, promotive, curative, also rehabilitative. So that's what we aim for, and that's I think what we differentiate with the other platform.
Thank you.
Hi, so thank you for the great presentation, and my question would be following. As we know, a lot of people who have mental health issues and problems, for them, privacy is really important when they seek for help. Do you see this as an issue? What's your view on this one? As I understand, you're aiming to profile, collect big data, and even record the sessions that clients may have with a therapist. And yeah, basically, what's your take on this one?
Okay, thanks for the question. Yes, data and confidentiality is very important. We are, since I'm a licensed myself, I also bound by the ethical code, you know, and we really take the confidentiality, the data matter very seriously. We are not divulge or open the data or sell the data, of course. But yeah, as I mentioned earlier, data is still a very critical problem in Indonesia. It's still a lot of problem with the data, but especially in the mental health problem. Why I came from Jakarta to here, because I know there's a lot of founders who also have expertise in blockchain and data and the Web3, because we believe in the future, this will be a critical. Because, for example, if you go to one psychologist, you have the medical record and so on. But if you go to another psychologist, you start from scratch, because there are no interconnectivity of the data, and of course there's the security issue. We believe blockchain is, I think, one of the answer. I'm not the expert on blockchain myself. I learned it, but yeah, there's something we think it will be the critical component in the ecosystem things in mental health. So yeah.
So eventually you're looking to maybe somehow tokenize it and make a story of every patient, his medical card as a form of maybe NFT or a token that has all of the information, all of the issues that were there before, the observation, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, because I think also what the psychologists need in the supply side, they need the data of the patients in order they can provide the most suitable treatment. And there are a lot of patients that, you know, like window shopping, they go to this one psychologist, they go to the others, and so on. But there's no synchronization in this data, and there's also no predictive, right? So yeah, again, data is very important, and what we aim for the ecosystem, so we can also predict what's the most suitable content for them, and even who is the most suitable psychologist or counselor that can provide the most suitable treatment for that. That's a big, I know that's still a big, long term, but yeah, that's what we aim right now. Thank you.
Hi, I salute you. I love what you are doing because it's not just commercial project. It has like social impact, and the new pandemic that is happening is the mental health pandemic after the COVID pandemic that we are facing. You put some light about paid client. What about unpaid client? Do you do something as giving back to the society, and how you select, how you approach people? What's your contribution in that sector?
Thank you. Exactly. That's actually one of the problem when we try to pitch. Usually investors are asking for the paid customers, right? But what we see that in Indonesia, if we aim for the inequalities, there are a lot of people that have not much money to pay the services. What currently we already doing is we collaborate with CSR and a grant. So we can provide those services, and the funding comes from the company who have the same vision, who has the same value to providing the, because it's aligned with SDGs, right? The equality of health is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. So currently what we already do is we partner with sponsorship or advertising that can provide the funding, so we can provide those free or at least a very cheap services, a very economical services, so those people who usually unable to access counseling or psychologists can also have that kind of access.
Yeah, what's the percentage of unpaid versus paid client you have?
Oh, the percentage, okay.
Yeah.
Out of 30,000 users we currently have, the paid users are 3,000. So I think it's only 10% paid currently, and the 90% is the free users.
Wow, that's impressive. The second question I have regarding the specialist. How you choose trusted specialists? Because there is lots of specialists, and you introduce these people to the common people that you take responsibility of those specialists. Yes. So how you select them? This is the first part. And second, is there any system of feedback, like same to Airbnb, where people after that put the feedback, so the client they took from the specialist, they can value the expert person?
Yeah. Regarding the first question, yes, that is one of the matter that we put a very high priority of the importance, and currently we only collaborate with a licensed psychologist, because in Indonesia they already a body governing, like they have a license from the state, the country released the license, so we only partner with a licensed psychologist, okay. And regarding the I'm sorry. Your
the feedback, how
yes, the feedback. Yeah, for each our services, whether it's classes, courses, or even the one-on-one counseling, we gather the feedback, the feedback form from the users, so they give the rating, and they can also give the qualitative feedback. So we evaluate all of our partners monthly, and we also have monthly session to make sure, for example, we create a sharing session, or we create a capacity development for our partners. So not only they are not our employees, but we also try to, because again, what the supply side, what our psychologist needs also that kind of network, right, where they can also develop their capacity in terms of, you know, the new treatment or new assessment tools or new skills, right? So yeah, that's what we also.
Yeah, is the app in different language or just Bahasa or it's in English now?
Okay, currently we still service in Indonesia. Currently.
Are you planning to put it like in English to reach out to international community, not only for Indonesian speaking people?
We have thought about that, but currently, as we saw, Indonesian is still our priorities because there's still a lot of people in Indonesia that still has that problem. So we are not close that opportunity to expand outside Indonesia, but I think in near future we're still focusing on Indonesia.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very quick question from my side. So first of all, thank you for what you're doing. Absolutely amazing. It's nice to see a company that really is needed in the world right now, especially when massive changes are about to happen. And I'm curious, so how long have you guys been around? When did you actually start offering services?
We started from January 2021 as a community, and we incorporated in September 2021.
And did you see research from the last couple of years if because of COVID, or maybe even because of what's just recently happening in the world, where there's, you know, financial massive breakdowns in the world, do you see that you have more demand from clients that are going through some traumatic challenges in their life and maybe psychologically they're being affected because suddenly they have no money? Are you guys measuring that kind of stuff? And do you have any forecast to see if there is some kind of COVID coming up in the future? Are you guys ready to maybe to help them digitally and virtually?
Well, that's a very insightful question. We haven't measured that systematically or that robust. I think it's more than a qualitative judgment from me at my practice. And yes, 2020, 2021 is a very challenging, it's very tough year. Yes, there are a surge of demand, especially because, especially in Jakarta or some big cities, they have to quarantine themselves in the house. So the lack of social interaction is one of the major stressors, right? So, and that's why the teleconsultation is, I think, in the rise, because that's what people most, the interaction, right? And because if they go to their friends also have the problem as well. They go to their family is stressed as well. So, yeah, but that's a very insightful question. What if in the future there's something like that happen again? Then we'll definitely thought more about that. Thank you very much for the insight.
Yeah,
all right. Give a warm applause to Arnold.
Just, Tom, to help them out, just tell us what help do you need? What help do you need from the audience? What help do you need from us right now to help you grow and to help you be ready for the next whatever comes up?
So what we need currently, first is the network, the collaborators, like the, you know, any mental health, first is from the mental health sectors, second from the data sectors, and third, well, of course, we still need to raise the funding. You know, we need to pay our employee, we need to pay the operational, yep. So that's three things that we need most.
Thank you, Arnold. Thank you, Gil, for your wonderful string of questions. If any of you would like to speak with Arnold and the team, please do so. We're one presentation away from the lunch break. Faye from KUMPUL has also been looking after the Taboola team. I understand that they'll be looking at joining your accelerator program. That's absolutely amazing. So for those of you who don't know, KUMPUL is one of these organizations that really drives the next generation of startups across Indonesia, of which 4 of the companies that we're presenting today are part of the accelerator or joining the accelerator. And so we're here to answer any questions that you may have with regards to supporting companies like Taboola. Could we please have the scorecard on the wall? All right, so now asking you to please vet Taboola to give your opinions on how you thought his pitch went. Now, I know we're getting hungry. We did start the day a little bit late. Fortunately, we have been making up some time. And so now, I'd like to present the last company of the first block. And this company, it's really one of those passion type of projects. We met them in November last year at a little coffee shop in downtown Jakarta, sitting on the very furniture that they had created. Now, furniture, you're all sitting on furniture right now. So what makes them so special? Well, what makes them special is that they're using a material that's a real problem all over the world, a real problem especially in Indonesia, and that is plastic waste. So the robbery stream, coming from a product design background, has created a whole range of, let's say, furniture products and things like this made out of recycled plastic. And you'll have the pleasure of actually seeing of their first products in the flesh. The robberies team brought some for you to take a look at. And today is also a very big day because Niam, the COS founder, I believe it's one of the first times that you're presenting in a style like this. Yes, that's right. She's also, I think, one of our only female founders today. And I would like to give a warm applause to Niam. Please make her feel very welcome. It's going to go really, really well. I'm absolutely honored to be sharing the stage with you today. And so for all of you to know, Robberies is the next company that is joining our portfolio, and we're using today as an opportunity to give you a first taste of Robberies. Without any further ado, the floor is yours. I'm going to set up a timer for you so you know, and then we're here to look after you and make sure everything goes well. Enjoy.
Thank you, Dom, for introducing me, and thank you everyone for coming today. Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous, and I'm sorry if my English is not really good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, hello everyone, I'm Niam from Robberies. So today I will show you how we can make a beautiful world together. Yeah, we live in this earth, and one only earth we have, but all these problems come in, and you know, we already produce 490,000 tons of plastic, and it end up everywhere, and they have nowhere to go. What should we do? And we see all now is problem and problem and problem. Today I will show you another perspective. If we want to make a change, we need to change our mindset, right? How if we can close the loop of plastic waste? We will have no waste then, I think, yeah. So, with that thing in our mind, we believe in Robberies we can provide as many people as we can to provide them to start sustainable living. And we want to have a good impact to environment and also community who involved in our process since the beginning into the end of our product to our customer. Here we go. We make a new material, comes from 100% recycled plastic, and it's already certified as non-toxic materials. We want to make this material as common as another material, and we can use this material for almost unlimited possibility. It's an amazing material, actually. And also we have our own product collection, so our customer can start their sustainable living from their home. Yeah, it's good to start a new habit. Not only think about the impact, we also think about our product itself. We give a good quality, well-designed, and a good pattern. So we make our own pattern, we make our design, and also we can show you how much you contribute to reduce plastic waste when you purchase our product. And all our works is paid off now. Our customer knowing their plastic waste can be something that's really useful, so our customers start to change their habits, spread their waste, and also make a move to their partners and customers to make a better living together. Today we already create more than 5,000 items, and we already recycled 30 ton plastic waste, and it's come from trash bank and also from our customer itself. Not only working with the community, we are also working closely with our partners locally and globally to reach bigger market and make a bigger impact. Our team now already growth. We start with 2 people actually, and now we have Mas Handi as our product director, and we have 22 team in our Robris now. And we already have more than 500 customers, not only in Indonesia, but also overseas. And we see that we can grow more, and in business model, we charge 70% margin, and we got 20% net profit. And from this business model, we can incrementally grow since 2019. So this is first time I'm doing fundraising. And we have a more potential growth because we have many potential clients that we can serve for now because our limitation in capacity, that's the big problem we face now, and we need next step that we must quickly expanding our production facility and build a strong management system so we can see to another global market, and then we can see opportunity to expand our system, our facility to another city or maybe another country. So today we looking for investment about $150,000, and estimated IRR is 22.4%. This investment will be used for us to expanding our production facility, build new machinery and operation, and also marketing. We welcome you who have a same vision with us. Together we can build sustainable future with Robris. Thank you. We have a sample product here, so you can take a look at our product and material.
I think what you guys are doing is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. We've been, our family's been big supporters of plastic exchange since the beginning here in Bali. I'm curious, are you currently partnering up with any organizations that are collecting plastic instead of them sending it to recycling plants, and which ones are you currently working with?
Currently, we're working with Trash Bank. It's like housewife community, so they will start separate their waste from their home. And also, we collaborate with aggregator. Yeah, and now we progress to collaborate with like waste for chains, ecosystem, and etc.
So I'd love to connect you with Plastic Exchange Team because we're currently supporting them to collect about 300 tons of plastic every month. And it'd be nice to be able to just donate it to you guys instead of sending it to Jakarta.
Oh, cool, yeah. If the collaboration like that, we actually not all the type of plastic we can recycle for now. So we need to look at the type of plastic and the source that you give to us.
Hi, congratulations
Hi.
for what you're doing. It's
Thank
really
you.
wonderful. I have a question. Are you did you patent any of this material?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
So, are you thinking to do so?
Yeah, I think to patent the pattern. Yeah, but because the material, I think we can make a patent for the material.
Okay.
We try to patent the pattern, but because we do it handmade, so the pattern not really the same one and each other. So this makes it difficult.
Okay. And my second question is, when I hear about recycled plastic, the biggest critic is usually coming from people that says that the amount of energy that is needed to produce this material is usually so high that it will rather make sense not to recycle plastic at all. But this is probably part of, I don't know, like there are a lot of people that have interest in spreading also fake news regarding sustainability action. So what would be your answer to that?
It's from our production process, right?
Yeah, how sustainable your production process is? How much energy do you use? Like, do you think that your products, not just because you're using a recycled material, is actually a sustainable product compared to a new plastic material or the most common material for furniture?
Yeah. So our process now is half handmade actually, but now from this fundraising we try to make more sustainable, and we want to have facility based on global recycle standard. So yeah, for now honestly it's not that sustainable in the process, but we try to develop new facility with that standard.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I love your presentation. I love the products. I think this is a very good product to have. And I love that you are one of the only female founders. So congratulations.
Thank you.
I think it's a very good product. Can I ask, where is your facility?
Sorry?
Where is the facility?
In Surabaya.
In Surabaya?
Yeah.
Are you planning to open more facility, or that's going to be your hub in Indonesia?
Open more facility.
Open more facility?
Yeah.
Okay. So I heard from Tom that you're going to be part of the BIC soon. I hope so, Tom.
Yes. Today is actually the official reveal to everybody. We're super proud, Niam, by the way. You did amazingly well. You presented super smooth. It was really, really good. And then just to give a quick insight to everyone, so what we're doing here at BIC, maybe I'll just jump on there for a second. So as you can see, robberies is tackling a big problem and turning plastic waste and let's say plastic that also just gets lost into a long life plastic item, helping, let's say, close the economy of the plastic. And for some of you who would have looked in our portfolio, this is the types of companies that we're actually backing. We have Recosystem that is specializing in waste management. We have Bookupper, we have Indo, like all the companies are there for a specific reason, because we don't want them to operate independently within our portfolio. We're actually looking to create synergies and to help them work together. And so I think what would be amazing, for Niam is to look at creating synergies with Recosystem and looking at how we can create efficiencies when the business is trying to scale and saying, okay, one company wants to open a space on a new part of the island. How can we merge, let's say, potentially robberies, Recosystem, and a secret one coming in a couple of months, so that you can all operate from the same space and obviously pay less in rent, your supplies, your value creation is already together. And so this is what we're looking at achieving with robberies. Niam has been an absolute inspiration in terms of the vision, in terms of the products. If any of you have actually looked at upcycled plastic, we think that design-wise, they're really in a league of their own. And so I'd really invite you to take a look at what they've made. If you want to speak with the team, if you'd like to be involved with the growth of robberies, or even have them at your shop or where you live in Indonesia, then please come and speak to us. And the whole team is there to really take care of you. We have about 2 more minutes before we take the lunch break, and I'd really like to invite Mr. Andre to ask some questions. It seems you've been very shy, and with a lady on the stage, perhaps that will get you to engage.
So far, if I if I could suggest to make, to reach a bigger scale, I, as an architect, I'm looking for, let's say, construction as a design panels that I can use for, like, let's say, interior build-outs. It's a durable product, but I would like to have, let's say, 60 by 60, meter by meter, whatever, like kind of like blocks. It's easy to produce, easy to store, and you will sell big quantities, also comparable to, let's say, glass costas or something. Yeah. So just address the industry as kind of like, business customer who will have bigger needs as in bigger quantities. That will be my idea.
Yeah. Thank you. And for now, our customer is almost from architect, interior designer, and our plan in maybe after we got fundraising from BIC, we will build the machine so we can have a mass production for one by 1 meter sheet, so it can fulfill for the table or maybe the architect building.
Yeah, imagine a kitchen countertop or even, let's say, like flooring panels. Yeah, this will be amazing. Yeah. Just
Thank
as
you.
a product idea.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Fantastic. If we, big round of applause for Niam and Robberies.
Very well done, very well done, very well done.
I'd like your attention for just 1 more minute before we go on lunch. I'd like you to please rate Robberies using our digital scorecard. And we're going to keep this up for about 2 minutes. And then we will be taking a break for just over an hour. And so the good part is that we're only 18 minutes off schedule, although we started a bit late. We've decided to push the panel discussion, which was supposed to take place now, to after the second block of pitching, to make sure that you can all take a nice walk, enjoy some good food and drinks, and then we will pick up right there. Mr. Gil Peterson, would you like to say a word? Anything you like.
Hi, everyone. Who's enjoyed today so far? Good. So it's clear that everyone's hungry, and I'm not going to take too much of your time. So first of all, big hand of applause to all the, the founders, especially the ladies. Big hand. Thank you to the BIC team for what you guys have put together. I'm happy to see more English-speaking events at Parq. This is good. Yeah, Parq is, thank you, yes. So, I used to live in Russia for 10 years, so I'm used to being around Russian. My wife is Russian, but it's nice to have this international ecosystem here in the center of Ubud. So the guys just asked me to jump on stage very quickly to suggest a couple of things during lunch. A lot of you are going to just run and grab some food and maybe sit with your friends and girlfriends and partners. Who's currently sitting next to someone they already know for too long? Yeah? Be honest, who's sitting next to someone your business partner, your friend, your girlfriend? You're all sitting next to someone you know. So a couple of things we're going to suggest. A lot of the panelists here might find themselves sitting maybe towards the back on some of the sofas if you guys want to do that. And if you want to come and talk to them, a lot of the founders, I'm going to suggest all the founders to also sit on the back on the sofas, with food, without food, it's up to you. To just have some mini masterminds, to have some master heart sharing sessions, to see how if a panelist or an investor is going to give some feedback to someone, how you can make use of that as well. We want to kind of bring people together as much as possible, so you're not taking food and sitting on your own, but try to sit in groups of 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever it is that you want. The second thing I want to try with you right now is a little technique that I use on a lot of events around the world for networking, to just allow you as an audience to connect with each other. Who's interested in connecting a little bit deeper with some people they don't know? Yeah, a few people here. Yeah, there you go. It's like, yeah, sure, why not? So we're going to try this right now. I'm going to go very quiet on you guys for a second to see if we can get everyone in the back of the room to also pay attention. Wow, Don, I'm watching you, Don. Yeah, Don, I'm looking at you. So he's paying attention now. That's good. Now he's paying attention. You too. Both of you need to pay attention. So if I just try this for 1 minute, because there's some amazing people in the room that you don't know. For just 1 minute, if you don't mind, look around the room, whether you're sitting down or you could choose to stand up, it's completely up to you, and try to look at different people in the room that you maybe don't know already, and send them some sort of a non-verbal compliment. Appreciate the fact that out of all of Bali, they chose to be here in the room next to you. Appreciate the fact that they might be your best co-founder. They might be your best investor. They might be your next coming up mentor. You can look at the people in the front. So the people in the front, I'm going to ask you to stand up. You guys, panelists, stand up, yeah? Get off your phones and allow the audience to look at you so you can see. You can wave like the queen if you want. So we're just going to take 1 minute. Don't just look at them. And founders, stop networking. Founders, young lady, what was her name? What? Liam. Come. Stand here as well. Look at them. So guys, just 1 minute where you're going to try not to speak to anyone around you. You're going to get off your phone for just 1 minute. Thank you for doing that, Rob. I appreciate that. Just 1 minute. Look around the room, whether you look at them or you look at people around you, and just in 1 minute of absolute silence, look around and appreciate people that you might be having an opportunity to talk to during lunch or during the second part of the afternoon, because we want you all to make sure to come back here after lunch. It's just 1 minute. Look around. Might be awkward, but it's cool. We like awkward. It steps out of your comfort zone. 1 minute. Go. Look around. Look around at these beautiful people. Shh, yeah. Stand up. It's okay. Yeah. There you go. Stand up. Yeah. That's good. Just 1 minute. You. Come here. Let them look at you. Yeah. Just 1 minute. Hey, Tom, stand up. Let them look at you. Look at this beautiful man. Now, when you're looking at people, you don't have to imagine, are they single, are they not? He's single, I think, I don't know. You don't have to imagine, are they looking for money or are they investing money? Look at qualities of human beings as people that are here to maybe serve you. Maybe this person is ready to serve you, but in order to flip that over, ask yourself, are you ready to help them? Are you ready to give value? Are you ready to step into lunch right now and just share? Give value, share experience, share connections, share what you've done, share case studies, share successful failures. You want to learn how to fail successfully in business? Come and talk to me. I've had 20 plus successful failures in business. I know how to make millions of dollars in one day. I know how to fail. Come and talk to me about failing. It's okay, failing fast. Too many people in Bali fail slowly. Takes them years until they realize it's not going anywhere. So we maybe have some people in this room that can share. Who's willing to share during lunch? Come on, who's willing to share? Get up if you're willing to share. Get up if you're willing to share. Come on. Don't be lazy, huh? Get up. So everyone who's standing up is willing to share with you. Who's willing to sit down with some strangers in the room? Come on. Not all of you. It's okay. Be honest. Raise your hands. Yeah. So look around. Do a 360 and wave at everybody else right now. There you go. Wake yourselves up a little bit. I know you've been sitting around for a while. There you go. I like this guy. You can stretch your hands. So this is a really good one. Put one hand up if you're willing to talk to strangers. One hand up. Leave it up. Put the other hand up if you're willing to give back to strangers. Put both your hands up. Yeah, there you go. Leave your hands up. Higher. Look how many supermen and superwomen we have in the room. Absolutely beautiful, guys. Big hand of applause to you. I'm Gil Peterstill. I'm going to be back here at the end of the day to facilitate some more networking activities to take you guys a little bit deeper. So stick around until the end of the day. I think it's lunchtime.
Thank you very much, Gil. You silver dung devil. That was beautiful. Thank you for engaging with us. Enjoy the lunch. And then we will do a soft call in about 50 minutes to an hour, gently inviting you to come back for the second round of pitching. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Hey guys, we'll be starting up again in about 5 minutes, so this is a 5-minute warning. If you can make it back to your seats, that would be greatly appreciated. Again, 5-minute warning. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Everybody at the back, everybody at the back by the telephone booth. I would like to invite you to join us on the stage again. Please take your seats. We are about to begin with the second part of our program, starting with a presentation, followed by the last 5 pitches of the day. We will be starting in just a few minutes, and I really invite you to come and join us. Thank you. Sweet. All right. Mr. Gavin Dantes, I would like to call you up to the stage. This is your moment to shine and tell your story with the audience today. We've actually done a really good job at getting people back on their seats. Mr. Hugo Messer holding his coffee cup. Please bring yourself and your friends to the front. Invite anybody around you to do the same. Mr. Andre Frey, one of our panelists, will you please find your way forward also? Thank you very, very much.
Okay, so we have Gavin Dante with Stratman Brothers is going to come up and tell a story. Understanding the future in uncertain times. Again, this is Gavin Dante from Stratman Brothers. Come on up, man.
Thank you, brother.
Here, Gavin. This is your clicker. Felipe, you just go forward, backwards. Cool. Felipe.
Okay.
Intro on yourself, and then she'll jump on you. And then I'm putting you like 15 minutes. Is that fine?
Oh, they told me 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Oh no, it was 20. So then I can cap you at 20.
That's going to be really hard.
I need you to do it in 20.
He told me 30 minutes. Uh-oh.
20. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like almost impossible.
Yeah, just because if I run you on 30, then we're asking everyone to stay seated for 3 whole hours, and that's going to be tough. So
I'll do a really bad job if I don't do it.
I'll compromise on 20 with you. I was hoping for 15 now.
I'm really gonna. It's gonna be really bad if I do that because it's really nailed for 30 minutes.
Like,
this is
30
my bad.
minutes is enough.
Yeah. What's
So
that?
30 minutes is enough.
Yeah. Okay.
I have to be mindful of the rest.
Okay. I'll just let everyone know.
So that's cool. Yeah. 20 is perfect. We got it
All right.
on time, and I'll give you like if you need an extra 2 or something like this, like that's fine. I'm not going to give you a hard cut on 20.
Yeah.
But try keep it lean.
Let's do it. Let's get the slides up. Yeah. All right. If everyone can hear me, just quickly say shh. Again, please just quickly say shh. Thank you. Thank you. Now that the attention is here, the focus is here, let's dive in. Now, it was supposed to be 30 minutes, but now I realize it's only 20 minutes, so we're going to have to skip some stuff. But I will try to give you my best within that time frame because this is about 30 hours worth of information condensed into 20 minutes. So let's dive right in. What's the difference between these two bills? What's the difference intrinsically? Well, there is no difference. Intrinsically, they're the same. They're just paper. If you showed these two bills to an alien, they wouldn't care. There's no value difference in these two bills. Which leads us to the question, what is value? Now, if you think about what is value, and then you invert it and you ask yourself what isn't value, then you would get to the understanding that money and fiat money is the lowest intrinsic value form that value can take. Write that down. Money is the lowest intrinsic value form that value can take. So in and of itself, value or money has no value. It can purchase things that are valuable. So let's talk about the monetary expansion. We're going right now through what's being called modern monetary theory. And it's just rebranded because it used to just be called pushing on a string. At some point, the dollar has to give. You can't just print unlimited amounts of money, monetize debt, buy bonds without the dollar imploding. So we're moving into some very hard times coming up. King Henry VIII back in the 1500s, he was just as famous for chopping off the heads of his commoners as he was for clipping his coins. And what happened was he was running out of money. And what is a rich king to do when they're running out of money? You have to come up with a solution. So what he did was he took his coins to a safe space and he melted them down and he redid them over copper. And you can see his nose here turn copper because as people's coins would rub in their pockets, they would realize their money was fake. So because of that, they realized the king was robbing them of their value and devaluing their currency. In 1913, an ounce of gold would have cost you $20.67. Today, an ounce of gold will cost you over $1,955. But the gold hasn't increased in value, the dollar has lost its value. Now, if we look at February 2011, USD was equal to one USD was equal to one Bitcoin. Today, you're going to get 0.00025 Bitcoin for that dollar. So actually, the dollar has lost more than 99.999% to Bitcoin. So back in Bretton Woods, the dollar became the reserve currency. Then in '71, Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard so they could print unlimited amounts. And then quantitative easing in 2008, and then in 2020, we had unprecedented money printing. It is well enough that the people of our nation do not understand our banking system. For if they did, I believe there'd be revolution before tomorrow morning. Henry Ford. So there's a global hunt for yield right now because of the massive money printing. It's not enough for people to get returns on their money. And if we factor in high inflation, 8.5 the print just was, we have negative real rates. So people are losing money in these assets. Right now we have 21 trillion of US dollars in existence compared to 15.4 trillion in January. And if you think about something like this, he says, my sister just told me she got a 5% raise. Should I tell her? Potential volatility in equities is happening like crazy right now, and everybody is becoming worried. What are we going to do? What are we going to do in the equities space if the money printing stops? There's a big question mark. In Ray Dalio's new book, The Changing World Order, he really explains the money cycle. We start with hard money, and then we have claims on hard money, and then we have fiat money, which then becomes valueless over time, and then reserve currencies change. So stage one, hard money, then we have the claims on hard money, we have the increased debt built off the hard money, the debt crisis, defaults, devaluation, we have fiat money that decouples totally from the hard money, and then we have a collapse and a return to hard money. Usually, in the reserve currency cycle, we have monetary policy number one, where you lower interest rates that stimulate until it runs out, and then you go to monetary policy number two, you buy financial assets with printed money. When that runs out, you go to governments run deficits, helicopter money that central banks monetize. It can take all different forms, but that's what you get, and that's the classic reserve currency question in a fiat monetary system. Printing and devaluing money is the easiest way out of a debt crisis. You are seeing these things happen now in response to announcements of sending out large amounts of money and credit by governments and central banks. All currencies have been devalued or die. Of roughly 75 or 750 currencies that have existed since 1700, only 20% remain. And of those, all have been devalued. Which leads us to the changing world order. History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. And the reason is, most people are not paying attention to the history, so they do the same things over and over again. If everybody understood the history, then the same cycles wouldn't happen. But it's human nature, and most people don't understand it. If you control the food, you control a nation. If you control the energy, you control a region. If you control the money, you control the world. Now, in Ray Dalio's book, he talks about the big cycles and rise and decline of empires. You start with the New World Order, usually after a war. You have a period of amazing prosperity, and then the debt bubble and the wealth gap. And these are usually great times. If you look at the US in from 1945 on, they were in this prosperity period. And this also goes into the cycle, hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times. And as this cycle starts to go and you start to print more and more money, because you don't have hard money, you get to too much debt and too much money printing, revolutions and war, and then into a new world order. If you look at the beginning, you have strong leadership. inventiveness, education, strong culture, a bunch of good things. And then people get less productive, overextended. They start outsourcing to more places. And then you get large debts, money printing, internal conflicts. And you can see what's happening in the United States right now. Then there's cycles of humanity, where humanity, like the hard times create strong men, and the good times and the weak men create hard times. So you start with bondage, where people are opposing the current conditions. And then you go to faith, courage, liberty, abundance, selfishness, complacency, apathy, and dependence, where a government achieves complete centralized control. Ray Dalio shows the different reserve currency changes. It started with the Dutch, then to the British pound, and then to the US dollar. And he's assuming and thinking that it's going to be the Chinese yuan that becomes a new reserve currency. And I'm not so sure about that. These are a lot of the different reasons of why, just like we showed before. And then we also have the technology side of things, where the Schumpeterian wave patterns start getting faster and faster with technology. And as those waves get quicker and quicker, it actually starts to change the cycles. But we haven't even gone there yet. We don't even know what is truly going to happen. Because we are in the age of exponential right now. As humans, we tend to assume a constant rate of change, thinking linearly rather than exponentially. Now, if everybody right now were to think about if they took 30 steps and 1 meter steps linear, we would all be able to see where that is. You could get to about the end of the row. But if we were to take 30 steps exponentially, we'd go 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. We'd keep going, and we'd go 26 and a half times around the world. That's how fast information technology is moving. And it's hard for our brains to comprehend that. So usually we're walking along thinking our life is predictable, thinking things are normal, and then out of nowhere, a very surprising jump in technology happens, and out of nowhere, Blockbuster is out of business. And when Blockbuster was going out of business, they decided they're going to just add candy aisles in their business, and they started to make a lot more money for a short time, but of course they got disrupted by Netflix. They were thinking about the wrong problem. Being able to see around the corner of tomorrow and being agile enough to adapt to what's coming has never been more important. The only constant is change, and the pace of change is accelerating. So if we look at 122 years of Moore's Law, which is the doubling of price performance in information technology every year, or every 12 to 24 months, we start to realize that faster computers are building faster computers. And all of these different exponential technologies are starting to converge. And it's why the smartphone in your pocket is more powerful than a supercomputer that put man on the moon. It's why a child in Nigeria has more communication power than the president did 15 years ago. It's changing the whole way the world operates. If we were to look at this digital decade that we are moving into, we need an entirely new economic system to survive this. We're going to have smart grid, connected cars, smart homes, smart cities. All sorts of different innovations are coming online and all converging together. There are 10 technologies that are the major ones that are riding on this Moore's Law. We have quantum computing, artificial intelligence, networks and 5G, sensors, robotics, virtual reality, 3D printing, blockchain, material sciences, and biotechnology. And all of these technologies are on that same path, but they're converging together, which makes it even more interesting to see what type of breakthroughs are going to happen. Now there's Martek's law, and this states that technology is moving quicker than organizations can change and how humanity is thinking. So politically and socially, we are way behind the technological change. And eventually, business either get disrupted or they adapt, one or the other. Now, aluminum used to be one of the least abundant metals in the world, even though it's 8.5% of the Earth's crust. But it was inaccessible. So Napoleon III actually used to feed his guests with aluminum plates. But gold, to us, is much more valuable. The only reason it wasn't valuable is that they couldn't access it. And then we came up with a technology called electrolysis, and now aluminum is abundant. We all use it. It's almost impossible to imagine our world without aluminum. Almost everywhere you look, you see items made of this silver-white metal, from the pots in the kitchen to the airplanes flying overhead. Although aluminum is the most abundant metal on Earth, no one had seen it since 1825. Now, the force of technology. Technology is a deflationary force. The phones in our pocket were $60 million and half a building in size when we put man on the moon. But think about that. This little thing in our pocket, the richest king 100 years ago would be jealous of. We're creating a world of abundance through technology. The force of technology is making us richer and giving us more abundance. It's a beautiful thing to see. So many of the world's grand challenges are being eradicated through technology. However, we're in a monetary system that's inflationary, that's not designed for a deflationary technological world. So we're in an evolutionary mismatch. A change in society is going to happen. So we should be seeing lower costs and higher gains. Just think about it. If technology is getting better, faster, and cheaper in terms of the price performance, shouldn't it be going down in price overall? Shouldn't things be going down in price? And if you actually think about it, if you had your Bitcoin from 2011, what that Bitcoin would buy you now is way more than it bought before because it's holding its value, even though, of course, the value is increasing because of the network effect. But you can't just print unlimited amounts of Bitcoin. There's a set amount, whereas the monetary system, you can print unlimited amounts. So economics is driven by scarcity. Technology creates abundance. Air is free. The most valuable resource to us is free. We're all breathing it right now. It's abundant. That's going to happen in all areas of our life. There's going to be a world of abundance moving in. Now there's an X factor. So we have the monetary system, the unlimited amounts of printing. We have the changing world order that is most likely coming over this next 5 to 10 years. And then we have exponential technology. But we have a financial system that is not built for the new world that we're moving into. So we need a life raft from the Titanic. You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the old one obsolete. Buckminster Fuller. Now, Bitcoin. Satoshi Nakamoto created Bitcoin as a solution to the monetary problem. Saifedean Ammous calls it the Immaculate Conception. It's physics, it's law. It's based off of truth, not based off of one person deciding what can or can't happen with it. So we have all these different revolutions. The PSC represents political, social, and cultural revolutions. We're moving in to a whole new reality because this cultural revolution is ending. This only centralized top-down control, the social engineering, the manipulation strictly through media and the financial system. Move to a meritocracy, the end of just top-down and the move to bottom-up. We're seeing all these amazing people here today show us what they're building into this world. Then the tech revolution is beginning for the financial system, decentralized, trustless, borderless, permissionless, censorship-resistant. The crypto revolution, Bitcoin is giving us a real store of value we can trust. DeFi is creating a new financial system. Web3, the third generation internet. Crypto can bank the unbanked. Think about it. There are billions of new mines coming online over the next few years, connected to the internet. They went from a leap, not from a Walkman to a CD player to this. They're just getting a smartphone, a piece of magic in their hands. Are they going to want to move into the old financial system, or are they going to want to move into the new that's better for them? We're going to have billions of people joining the networks, billions, in the next few years. We have this peer-to-peer network that everybody here is a part of. Cryptocurrency, the security grows through time and value. It gets more secure over time. And hopefully, it's inflation-proof most of the time. From Bitcoin, yes. Diffusions of innovation theory. So we have the innovators, the early adopters, the early majority, late majority, and laggards. And right now, we are in the early adoption phase. And we have to cross this chasm. And we're getting very close to this. And as we get to that, there is going to be a tidal wave of people joining the network. But we're still so early. We have to realize this. The S-curve adoption. It took us 10 years for 10% in the United States. And it's going to go faster and faster. It will take another 10 years for another 90%. If you think about that, the exponential increase that is going to come into this space, because it's a better solution to the problem. If you want to know how to actually be a part of this in a good way as an investor, I'm always thinking about following the developers, following the people who are building it. That's where the smart capital goes. And then we get the users, transactions, total value lock, price. But when you see where the smart developers are going, you know there's going to be some magic happening there. So we have an increase in developer activity in Web 3. Look at the explosion of developers into Web 3. And it's going to go faster and faster. If we look into the DeFi, DeFi is moving quicker and quicker with developers. If we look at the network effect, a telephone is worth 0 if you only have one. But when you have the network, it gets stronger and stronger. Every person who joins the network makes the network stronger. The value to all users keeps growing as a byproduct, and so do the algorithms. And crypto works on the network effect, and at some point is going to drive massive trust, and it's going to happen sooner than we realize. So Bitcoin is a swarm of cyber hornets serving the goodness of wisdom, feeding on the fire of truth, exponentially growing ever smarter, faster, and stronger behind a wall of encrypted energy. Sound money allows people to think about the long term and save and invest more for the future. Saving and investing for the long run are the key to capital accumulation and the advance of human civilization. Now, if you think about so many of the problems right now that the monetary system is causing, when you create massive inflation, people don't have any store of value anymore, so they need to spend it as fast as possible. The same people telling you to worry about climate change are driving climate change. When somebody doesn't have the ability to store their money and they have to spend it, what do? They immediately have to spend it and consume more as fast as possible. So we're moving into a world where if we align with the natural laws and the truth, and we get a sound money in place, and we build these decentralized platforms, and we truly keep innovating and innovating, we can create a world of abundance. But if we stay in that old system, we're going to be in trouble. So I just want to thank all the different people here today who are innovating and creating new products and trying to actually make this a better world for our next generations. And this is really what we stand for at Stratman Brothers. How do we get this information out to more people? How do we innovate? How do we leverage what's currently happening now to build new systems and build a better world for our next generations? Thank you, guys. I had a very hard time doing that in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. All right, Gavin, thank you so much for sharing this wealth of knowledge with us. To many of you, obviously, you know, crypto, the world of new money and technology is quite familiar. To mere mortals like us, this is all still a very foreign concept. But to actually make things a little bit easier for you to understand how we can link the real world with the new world and with cryptocurrencies, the blockchain, things like NFTs, we are going to present to you a man standing right over there. Can we have Aki's photo up, please? So Aki has been working with Bali Investment Club for quite a while now, and he just happens to know everyone. If you need to know somebody in Indonesia, you just go to Aki, and he will whip out his phone and he'll be like, oh yeah, I just had breakfast with him yesterday morning. So Aki just knows everybody. He's always got his finger on the pulse. And last year, when the first, let's say, like NFT craze really kicked up in Indonesia, and we started hearing about things like Bored Ape Club, OpenSea, people making a whole bunch of money, selling a whole bunch of stuff, he came up with an idea that actually served a greater purpose. And it's funny we should use that word because that's exactly the name of his company. Purpose is a company that takes the NFT art space that you know very well and mixes it with what the world really needs, is ongoing support to NGOs. NGOs in Indonesia, NGOs across the world. And without revealing anything more, I'd like to invite Aki to the stage. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Tom. This is.
You click right, click left.
Okay.
And then 5
to talk, 10 minutes for Q&A.
Okay.
And I'm holding you, I'm keeping time for you here, okay?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tom. Hello, everybody. My name is Oki. I'm a founder of a company called Purpose Art. The idea came up about last year in summer, in August 2021. So I was working with BIC in a lot of impact projects, and I have a very strong IT background. And one night I was like, how do I leverage this thing? How do we leverage the growing blockchain-based NFT trend to benefit the mostly struggling artists and social enterprise in need? We have a lot of nonprofit organizations around that is struggling on doing their fundraising. So this idea come up. So Purpose is an NFT initiative that empowers artists and social enterprise through the sale of impact NFT. So we create something like a Tinder for artists and a nonprofit organization, where both will log into our platform. And if the social enterprise likes the art and the artist supports the cause, then we start the project. And that's the idea. So we do a matchmaking, and when somebody buys the NFT, the money will be shared between the artist and the nonprofit. And our company Purpose takes a little bit of fees out of that. But what is NFT? I mean, maybe not everybody in this room is aware or familiar with NFT. So NFT is a non-fungible tokens. So this is more like we're targeting a lot of the market that has not really been exposed to Web3 or blockchain technology. So NFT is a non-fungible token, just like a painting. So these are the digital version of painting, but it's very unique, and it has like a digital fingerprint. So this is the thing, and some of these NFTs are worth millions, and in fact, I think the most expensive one was the Beeple's $69 million, which is very, very, very famous last time. And then in this idea, who benefits? So artists will get recognized with this platform. So, and the social enterprise will get funding. And what's interesting is donor become investor. So when you usually give money to any nonprofit organization, the money is gone. But in this case, you'll get an NFT, and you can trade the NFT, where when you flip the NFT for the next round, the royalty will go back to the artist and the social enterprise. So it keeps going like that, so it becomes like a perpetual fundraising platform for the nonprofit organization. Public is also being advantaged because they become more aware of what the mission and vision of the social enterprise, and this is where Purpose is making a real difference. This is the market size for the global NFT art sales in 2021. It's $41 billion, where the global fine art sales, it's $50 billion. But fine art has been around for hundreds of years. NFT is only in the last 2-3 years already reaching 41 billion, and we see the trend is going up like crazy. On the other side, we have 10 million nonprofit organizations or social enterprises around the world, where a lot of people, a lot of organizations donates to these nonprofit causes, and the amount of donation reach about $800 billion per year. What's interesting is, out of this $800 billion per year donation, 69% of them are retail individual donations. It's like you contribute $10 or $100 on GoFundMe page, or sending money to a cancer foundation or HIV foundation or something like that, or WWF, UNICEF, and things like that. 69% of them are individual donors. And this is on the global art sales market. What are the reasons that takes them buying an art? Number one is emotional value of the art. That's like 93% people buy because the emotional value of the art. But number 2 and number 3, 47 and 40%, it's social value and social impact investment, which is very interesting. So we believe purpose will really drive, will become a tool for people to participate in advancements of mission and visions of the social enterprises through the purchase of the NFT on our platform. So we are the first of its kind. So this is NFT marketplaces that is around. And on the other side is the traditional social enterprise fundraising. And we're sort of like in the middle between the two. This is our process. So artists and nonprofit connects through our platform. They register. And we have like that Tinder-like matchmaking platform. And after that, we create the collection. And then we upload, and then we promote the thing. Then people start buying. The money immediately split between the artists and the thing. This is our vision to become the world's go-to-market for artists and social enterprises seeking to prosper and live out of their purpose. Our mission is to build a global community of change makers who create added value for all through meaningful art. This is our key partners. Our first collection will be Bye Bye Plastic Bag NFT series. Melati is here. Hello, Melati. We will launch a Bye Bye Plastic Bag NFT series next month, May 15. We're going to launch our collection. We're going to launch 11,111 NFT worth about $500,000. We also work together with Utopia, who also housing about 260 NGOs around the world under the same organization, and we're having an exclusive agreement with them. So we're gonna create 260 NFT series for each NGO with different causes: women empowerment, climate change, just a bunch of different ones all over the world.
Okay, wrap it up, okay?
Okay, we are onboarding SOS Children Village. This is another large organization. Also, we have Dana Didik, and another nonprofit organization on board. And okay, this is very interesting. We have a collaboration also. So when we launch our NFT with Bye Bye Plastic Bag, we are going to work together with Indo Seoul, the sandal company that presented earlier. So we're gonna create an Indo Seoul Bye Bye Plastic Bag edition, where for every pair of sandals that you buy at Indo Seoul, you'll get a $10 worth of Bye Bye Plastic Bag NFT. So one sandal, but double the impact. Okay, we are also opening up our opportunities to brands to work together with us, because we are creating the NFT series from the beginning. So we are opening up for brands to advertise within our NFT series as well. So this is our roadmap. We are here in May 2022, next month we're gonna launch. And February 2023, we're gonna be launched globally. This is how it works. So purpose, let's say we sell a $100 NFT, 40% goes to the artist, 40% goes to the nonprofit, and then purpose take about 20%. And then on the next flip, let's say the owner sell it for $200, we have the similar split using the different royalty scheme within the NFT.
Wrap it up, okay?
Okay, this is our thing. We are raising $800,000 right now. And this is our fund allocation. This is our team. Andre Hugo, thank you for your support. And I also have to make a disclaimer here that I'm part of BIC as well. And in one of the panelists, we have Ibu Stella as as our angel investor. Thank you, Stella, for supporting to get us through here. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, panelists being a little bit shy. Okay, thank you so
Yes.
much for your presentation. I unfortunately had to be quite strict with you on timing because I want these gentlemen right here and Stella to ask you questions so you can unpack. Felipe, please leave the presentation as it is for now.
Okay.
And to get to ask you some questions, find out a little bit more about purpose and how people can get involved.
Yes.
So, gentlemen, Andre, this is your opportunity to speak with Aki. We only have a couple of minutes before moving forward. Thank you.
Any questions? Oh, okay, sorry.
The first thing, I love the brand.
Oh, thank you.
Purpose, it's so self-explanatory. Yes. Great brand. Yes, amazing. Like, what should I say? I like the tech and the social impact of it.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Nice. I love that. So good stuff, man. Really, really amazing. Do you have any upcoming events, either offline or an event in the metaverse, where we can come and support and see the art and walk through your gallery, and we can double-click on any of the purpose, events or purpose, some sort of a project that is a sub-project that interests us? Is this something coming up where we can go click, donate, or buy?
We have a website. Our first collection will be launched on May 15th. That's our Bye Bye Plastic Bag NFT series. We're releasing about 11,000 NFTs there. 10,000 of them, 11,111. So 10,000 of these NFTs will be about $10, the price, the primary market. And about 1,000 is $100. Going up, we have the most expensive one, $100,000, there's only one. What's interesting is on the $10 NFTs, the royalty is 50% because this is for the cost, right? But the $100,000 NFT ones is only 10% the royalty. So we structure it that way so then if you like the idea but you don't have that much money, you just want to participate, you can buy the $10 one. But when you flip it, 50% goes back to the cost, something like that. We don't have a plan for launching it in the metaverse because right now we're busy setting up our back end and things like that. We are looking for a CTO as well at the moment.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody here organizing any events in the next 2-3 months that would like to host some of their art? Stand up, please. Come on, who's hosting events?
Okay.
One,
Thank
two
you.
more.
Please contact me for
just
for the
put your art somewhere so we can come, see, click, buy.
Yes.
You know.
Our website is purpose.art. That. Oh, and the artist is Akil, the first one. Yeah, this is the artist. Yeah, that's Akil.
Woo! All right. Any last questions for Mr. Aki? Yes, no, hello? All right. Thank you so much for your time, Aki.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure hosting you.
Yes.
And please keep the conversation forward. I know there's a bunch of gentlemen over there that are very interested to speak with you already.
All right.
And we'll now ask the audience and our panelists to please score purpose so that we can move on with the show. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye. Thank you, man.
Cool. So everybody in the crowd, anybody that joined us maybe after lunch, the QR code that you're seeing is the scale-up scorecard that we're using to vet the quality of the presentations and the companies that we are all seeing today. We're using this feedback to essentially share your impressions with the startups so that they can continue improving the quality of their pitches, understand from an outsider's point of view how their company is presented to the world, what they can do better. And of course, right after our panel discussion, we will be crunching the numbers to announce the 2 startups of the day that will receive 2 different prizes, one being 1 ETH, the other prize being a free month of consulting services or free consulting services from Stratman & Brothers. It's very generous from your side. Thank you very much for being there for today's startups. And now I would like to pass on to Matt for the MAPID presentation.
for
Mr.
one
Bagus.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. You're doing this one next?
Yeah. It's number 8.
Okay.
One button is number
You
8.
handle this one then.
All right, all right, all right. So, Mr. Bagus, would you join us on stage and tell us a little bit about your company? All right, all right. So just so you know, this is also one of the gentlemen that took a flight to Bali to be with us today. And we're really honored to have you here. You have some really cool techie project that you're working on with satellites, a whole bunch of stuff like this. The floor is yours. You have 5 minutes to present, 10 minutes in Q&A. And as you can see, I'm very happy to let you know when you've gone over time. So enjoy.
Thank you. Hey everyone, my name. Okay. Hey everyone, my name is Bagus, and I am as a CEO and founder of Mapit. If we think about our features, maybe we think about how we plan EV electric charging station. Maybe we think about how we plan our environment. Maybe we think about transit-oriented development, or even Indonesia's hype right now is our new capital city. And this is for out of thousands of applications and use cases that can be solved with Mapit. And do you know that 80% of data generated today, trillion of data, is actually location data? But people are struggling to process this data, to extract its insight. So I was studied in Germany, and I was really fascinated with how the German handle the location data, how they organize it. The data that create today is responsible of 40 years of feature developments, and it's really inspired me a lot. And after I came back to Indonesia in 2017, I was joining a company that working in geographic information system. And there where I find the most critical problems of location data in Indonesia. So maybe if you see from the picture, yeah, the house looks really scattered, right? And it's also overlapped with the height building. And this problem could be exist because of unsustainable, unintelligible data. And the software that used to process location data, it's really hard to use. It's not for everyone. And the both problem lead us to the most biggest problem. It is decision making. So most of us is too late to adapt with the existing problems. So that's the reason we built Mapit. So back to 3 years ago, we are committed to build our platform from scratch. But today we have really cool features on our platform. So everyone from governments, businesses, and communities can engage in our platform, access our platform through our website. And we have features like digital collaboration, so everyone can create a project and do collaboration on mapping. And every kind of data that published or as a public data inside our platform can be directly attached or import to the projects. And we also realize that data monetizations could be the new opportunity for our communities. So that's the reason we built data publication inside our platforms. So the community can analyze about a location and they publish and monetize their data inside our platform. And we also have a demand from businesses users who want to collect data faster. So we connect the business with the community as a crowdsourcing or as a paid survey. So we want to make a simple product, but our product need to process complex data. So we develop feature like a geo-3D analytics. It process your data, comparing your data, numbers, text, and time series data into dynamic ways in maps. And we have also geostatistic analysis that it will connect between the statistic and the maps. And we even having location insight just by click on maps, and you got all the demographic data about the area, all the point of interest, so you better understand about the competition on the area, and all the publication that related to the area. And we are actually intersect with 3 large data business. So basically, like Tableau is dominating the data analytic market with 16 billion of USD market shares. And in location-based like Google Maps, they are also having 7.5 billion market shares, and geographic information system like Esri, dominating the 2.5 billion markets. And we are in open new market creations in location intelligence, and we are really proud that we are the leading open data platforms in Indonesia. And we are so thrilled, we are so excited that our business is growing. We are growing our revenue by 46% last year. And most of the contribution coming from our platforms and 44% from the data transactions. And we're growing more than 9,000 of community, you can see on the maps around Indonesia. And we also have enterprise clients that trust our technology. Like in Jakarta, we are solving Jakarta flood. And in FMCG company, we are solving the targeted sales and distributions. And Mapit could not be exist today without Harvard for me and Makrus. He's a genius person and he makes things happen. So basically, we need your support to change the world. Yeah, we need your support. We offer for fundraise for 1 million fundraise. It will be used to scale up our community. It will be used to scale up our data and also of course, our businesses. So everyone who is responsible or involved in our future development, please come and collaborate with us because Mapit is location inside for everyone. Thank you.
Amazing stuff, Bagus. You are actually the first team today to pitch in 5 minutes. So
Really?
please, another round of applause. Oh, you've got lots of time now for the Q&A. Our panel, please let yourselves go free. And yeah, let's take the conversation forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So any question?
Hi, Bagus.
Hi.
I love the idea of this. I think it's very interesting. Can I ask you more about the application? So how do you, are you selling this as like a subscriber to businesses, or how do you sell it usually?
Yes, actually we have a core technology in Mapit, and this core technology has a subscription model base. So everyone who's joined our platform can subscribe from $5 student to $200 for small businesses. But for enterprise client, they have also another demand, so we provide them by contract.
Okay. So what technology do you use? Do you use a satellite to map this, or how do you?
So our technology is basically to collect data, to integrate data from various data sources. We connect with API integrations. And we also having 2D and 3D data visualization inside our platforms, and also fun statistic tools to make you able to understand your data easier.
It's interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Bagus. Congratulations.
Thank you.
In my company, Fabelio, we operate showrooms. And in Jakarta at that time, we were building Excel files, trying to map the demographic of specific area and comparing it with how many McDonald's you had around, all information that were useful for us to understand where to open the showroom. So when I saw this, it was like definitely something we would have paid for.
Yes.
I'm just curious to understand when you, in the last slide, use of funds, you allocate 50% to data. What is your gross margin? Because this data most of the time doesn't come for free. You have to pay for satellite data. So I wonder, in a business like this, what is the gross margin that you make on transaction?
Okay, actually, we are not talking about satellite data. Actually, we are talking about the data that's created on the area. You know, it is like transaction data, sales data, or people behavior data, people movement data. That's what we are going to approach, because this data is really powerful for location intelligence. So whenever you're trying to open your showroom, you try to understand what is the phenomenon on the location. So you need to combine all those data, right? So what we are actually now providing on our platform is basically one click. You got the demographic on the area. You got the competition, like point of interest, retail, cafe shop, showroom and everything, hotels, and also the publication that has been published to our platforms. And the margin that we got right now, we still not calculate the gross margins, but I think it will be really huge because data company should be exponentially growing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Bagus. Congratulations again, man. Can you go back to the revenue from the last years?
Okay.
So that one, just quick, if you can, if possible, from the first or second year, how much is profit?
From all this.
First year or second year, choose 1 year.
Okay. From platform, I think we go. I think we just need we just have income with any outcome. Maybe the outcome is in cloud computing, but it's really low. I think around only not even 10% of the traffic.
Okay, for last 2021, did you report any profits, or it was also break even, or it was in a bit loss?
Yes. So basically, our company right now is generating revenue, revenue profit because I think because we are just providing the platform to our users without joining the the transaction that in the market.
Okay, and another question: most of the cost is it coming from using others companies' technology, for example, satellite imaging or something like that, or is it coming from an internal process from the company?
So basically, if you are looking at this fundraise, so we're going to 47% for the data, right? So the data will be used to growing our community by let them collecting the data for us. So basically, to collect data, the data is dynamic, right? Change every day. So basically, we do a lot of research with our community and publish the data and sell the data inside our platform as retail.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So right now, I think the most important thing is we need to scale up our businesses because I think the potential is really huge in Indonesia. We educated all the business, we educated the government, we educated all the community that data is really important, and I think it's time for us to scale up, to grow.
All right, guys, do we have any more questions? Andre, go ahead.
If I could just give you a general idea, this will be, you're kind of in the field of business intelligence, and if you would have kind of like business intelligence packages for specific business lines or industries, this will be amazing. Like you could make millions of dollars by selling, saying basically reports to, let's say, to cafes, where there are no cafes, where are many residents, where is a lot of demand, but no cafes being built and so on. So imagine like, just think about a little bit, don't wait till the customer come, find, come up with a product idea and sell it. There, the sky is the limit, So like, again, you are in the field actually, not of visualizing data, but actually business intelligence. This is my take on it, So think about this. If you want any hints, come to me afterwards.
Okay. That's great. So
Thank
we
you.
can collaborate.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Stay healthy, bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bagus. Okay, you guys know the drill. We'll go 30 seconds to a minute to input your scores for Bagus. And then we'll move on to the next one. Just a heads up, we have 2 more sessions left. Then we will be having a panel discussion with our angels and investors. And then after that panel discussion, we'll announce the winner, the 2 startups that have won today. And then we'll go and do some networking out back or in the front. We'll let Gil take the stage and announce exactly what we're going to do from a networking standpoint. Okay, I feel like that's probably enough time. So let's introduce our next startup. We have Max Yampolsky from One Button Capital, previously known as One Button Trader. One Button Capital is an AI trading platform for crypto. So it's essentially for people like me that don't want to monitor the markets every day, looking when to buy, when to sell. Let intelligent AI and algorithms do that for us. And this is actual AI tech. You know, a lot of the competition, they use bots that are just using underlying algorithms and math, but not really learning on top of that. So this is actual novel technology. And so far, the returns have been fairly stellar when compared against his competition. So I'm excited for Max to come up and talk about One Button Capital. Max?
Thank you, Matt. Okay. First of all, I'd like to say big thanks to Mr. Gavin from Stratton Brothers for giving a 20-minute lecture on economy and the changing world order. It's kind of very relevant to what we're doing and gave a lot of context to the audience about the economy. And my presentation will be kind of a build-up on that lecture. So let's start it off. My name is Max. I'm the founder of One Button Capital, and we operate in the world of crypto investment. So let me start by actually giving some insights about our market. So speaking about the retail investors, 55% of Bitcoin investors, they lose money, and around 70% of crypto investors in general, they do not utilize their assets to the maximum. They don't get enough yield on their assets simply because of they are misinformed. But at the same time, institutional players like hedge funds, more than half of hedge funds, they already do using AI and machine learning technology for capital management and decision making. So they have very efficient algorithms to do that. And more than 90% of all the equity trades in our market is automated, meaning it's made by the bots. So imagine if you could have hedge fund type of tools just by reaching out your pocket in your mobile device or your web device, and you could get the best yield on your crypto assets at the all in single place and generate 90% plus annual yield without having to worry much about losing your capital. So a little bit about us, like our thesis, we actually operate in the industry of two industries that Mr. Gavin mentioned, is blockchain and artificial intelligence, and we use both these technologies to generate returns on the capital. So we are giving our users and investors the opportunity to grow their crypto assets by the click of one button. How we actually do that, we have the live product that is launched in 2020, fully functional and mobile friendly, and we deliver one-click investment experience. So all the users have to do is just to specify the allocated amount, and all the portfolio management will happen entirely on the backend side. Few statistics about us. We launched in 2020. We had more than 20,000 registrations so far, with 6% churn rate over the last year, which is quite good. At its peak, we had more than 14 million assets under management, and we are making some recurrent revenue already over 3.5K. And actually, last 2 weeks, we've made more than 23.5K in revenue. We launched an aggressive marketing campaign and managed to extract a lot of payments for services. So why would our users pay for our service, you might ask? Like, here's some insight about our performance over the last couple of months. In 2021, we outperformed Bitcoin by more than 45%, and we have quite good stats of Sharp and Sortiner ratio of 4.79 and 6.81 across our AI strategies. And you can see the performance, our funds against the Bitcoin and Ethereum on the chart. How we actually managed to get these returns. So we use the in-house technology that developed by our AI engineers that utilizes neural network, adaptive neural network that are trading the cryptocurrencies. So this technology is quite hard to replicate because it takes a lot of time to experiment and find the best like kind of training environment for these AI models. So just to let you know that the competitors are quite far from getting this thing built. Our age, we'll talk about it if we have time. So our team, we initially launched it as 3 people in the production team, but now we've grown to more than 20 people working on this project, both from tech and marketing side. We have a bunch of partners and investors so far. We're working with top marketing companies like Market Across and News BTC. We have partnerships with Binance brokerage accounts to automate the API integration. And we're actually featured in platforms like bots.io and Signally as a trusted provider of trading bots. And we are planning to integrate with Acta blockchain to manage the DEX fund. So for a little bit about the strategy, we focus 2 aspects, 2 sides of investment, retail investors and institutional investors. For the retail side, we already have the product launch, so we don't have to, kind of invest in this direction too much. It already gives revenue and it doesn't take a lot of maintenance. But for the future, we plan to get focused more on the institutional side to attract more capital and to increase our margins. A little bit about the revenue projections. So our business model is based.
You got 1 more minute left.
Okay. Yes. Our business model based on the assets under management. The more assets we attract, the more our revenue grows. So we have a few scenarios: optimistic, realistic, and pessimistic. And we aim to reach 1 billion in assets under management in 2 years. So history of funding, we are actually bootstrapped from the beginning. We collected all the money as founders. We raised a small seed round of 250K back in November, and now we're raising 1.8 this month. And we will use proceeds mostly for the product development, and the rest will go to legal, marketing, and operations stuff. We're also raising capital for management from high net worth individuals and institutionals to get the returns. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just in time, man. Good work, good work. Okay, we'll open it up to the angels and investors for any questions for Max and One Button Capital.
Hi. Really good stuff. Exciting. I just spent a couple of weeks in Dubai and I met quite a few companies I think that would love to talk to you, meet with you, so please follow up with me. But right now, outside of money, what do you look for from a client base or strategic partners or some cross-pollination opportunities that could potentially make you that $1 million and, in profits basically instead of in investments?
Good question. So what we're looking for in the strategic partners is a financial background and technological background. So these are like 2 aspects that help us to deliver better returns. If we have someone who can advise us from the financial side of maybe someone from the background of Wall Street, let's say, we can get our investment improved to the better. And also the artificial intelligence side, which is like our use technology for our product. If we can get some advice on that, that will be also perfect. So for us, it's important to have a strategic partner, the knowledge of finance, as well as access to some resources from the development side or AI. Perhaps it can be recruiting or like actual CTO kind of advisory.
Hi, congrats for the presentation.
Thank you.
Have a couple questions about, of course, if possible to answer, yeah? If it's...
Of
Jay,
course.
it's a little hard to hear you, man. Maybe.
Okay, yeah, sorry there. So for the trading, it requires human intervention to open or close a trade, or is it fully automated?
This is fully automated.
Good. And is the bot doing leverage trading, or is just on spot?
For now, it's just trading spot markets, and we're getting that returns. But we have the futures integration in progress, so that's why we actually raise funding to kind of make it develop faster.
Okay, and how did it develop the automated trading during the Bitcoin, let's say during June last year? Did it outperform Bitcoin in its fall, or did it make any profit?
Do you mean during the crash?
Yes.
So what we see across different AI strategies and different markets that we're trading, because we're not just trading Bitcoin, we trade like top 50, maybe even top 100 crypto market caps, is that they outperform the underlying asset by 3-4% every month. So in case of like bear markets, we actually had cases where users created trading robots and Bitcoin went down like 40%, but the bots were actually making profit, were in green, and that was really surprising. But of course, not all the trading bots can perform that well, but on average, they save like significant margin during bear markets. So if you lose 40% just by holding an asset, you would maybe lose 10% if you would have the bot trading it.
Great. Okay, so yeah, because you're not doing leverage operations, then you can lose less than Bitcoin when it falls. But if you were to work on that part of the product, on the leverage trading, maybe you could make money by shorting crypto.
Exactly. We could, when we implement the futures and short trading, we could actually operate like a traditional hedge fund. We could have both long and short positions at the same time. So even if the markets go down, we're still kind of making returns for our investors. So that's, I think, the most important milestone right now is to actually get this live and test it.
Okay, and one last question.
Okay.
Do you think for $1 million investment, the product that you want to invest in, I guess, is mostly to improve the product and to probably add leverage trading to that operation? Is it worth $600,000 that work on that product?
We were quite cost efficient in our operations so far. My background is in IT outsourcing. I've been managing product teams for more than 8 years. So I know how to find and source cost-efficient development resources. So I'm pretty confident we can do it within this budget.
And what would be the time to develop the product that you are trying to achieve with that budget?
It depends, because there's always things to improve, right? So I think we can get the futures trading going within the 1.5-2 months already. But there is also other things on our roadmap, which is not on this presentation because it's quite detailed, that require development, and it will improve the product as well. So we can get stable improvements to the product, but the major chunk will be done, I think, 3 to 6 months. We can get it into the state where it's like 90% out of all the essential things we want to implement.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a few questions as well. You said that the capital management is completely operated by an AI, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask how, of course, what's the strategy?
Battery died. The mic died. Oh yeah.
Hey, yeah, I'm not going to ask what's the strategy behind this AI and how it was created first. But were there any issues, and are there still issues that you face right now with the AI? And it could be either through API integrations that it uses to trade with on the exchanges. And as we know, there could be a lot of slippage happening. There could be a lot of exchange problems as well. And is it managed and guided by a human eye what the AI operates?
Yes, good question. So from what we observed so far out of how AI performs compared to how humans do it, is that AI can be sometimes very unpredictable. So, you know, we can make an analogy to how the professional chess players, they play against computers. For example, when Garry Kasparov played Deep Blue and lost to him early in this century, so he told that AI can make the stupidest move, but AI will still win you in the end. So sometimes we can observe such things like AI would buy on the make a buy trade on the stupidest level that we could think of on the asset on the market, and would wait a long time to get into the market. But in the end, we will see the performance kind of averaged out in green in the end. So that's one aspect. And the second aspect is that it's adapting. So like the technology behind the AI made in a way in the recurrent neural networks that it kind of can be adjusted to the market as it changes. So it kind of bets on the chaos, because markets is just a bunch of chaos. There is no signal, there is just noise. So our AI actually bets that there is no like actual clear signal of what to do, and it bets on unpredictability. So even if the markets evolve, our AI is still performing quite well. And like the main, it's pretty hard to predict what it's gonna do.
Yeah, okay, thanks for the answer. And then there's another question then, because not only the AI evolves, market also evolves as a living organism, and it adjusts to the AI. So there's no way that any AI or any trading bot can improve that well to completely solve and beat the market, because the market is then going to readjust, because if someone wins, someone loses. And then the market is a living organism that moves in the same way. So by saying this, you mean that the AI can always stay one step ahead of the market, readjusting to it? Or is the market always going to be one step ahead of the AI, and there will be room for mistake, of course?
We think that it's neither. Like, markets are always going to be unpredictable. Like, and in our, I actually gave a presentation earlier in Canggu about the difference between AI bots and bots based on mathematical formulas and algorithms. So, like, you're right, the markets are constantly evolving, and actors that are participating in the market, they are changing the market, and then markets changing the behavior of the actors, and then there is like an infinite loop of the cycle. So our AI bets on unpredictability of that, and this is why that's the thing, it's not actually ahead. It just thinks that markets can do anything, and it just bets on change, you know?
Basically, it uses a great risk-to-reward ratio to keep it profitable at all times.
Yeah, we use not only the data from the market, but the data from the user portfolio, and the AI actually tracks how well their decisions are affecting the portfolio. If it's good, it gets a reward. If it's bad, they get a penalty.
Okay, and one last question. Was it outdated? And if not, are you planning to audit it?
Update, you mean AI?
Audit.
Audit. We had the audit just for the token contract. We launched the token some time ago, but we actually plan to use the proceeds for a few financial audits and technical audits for the actual AI and how the setup for actual asset management is working. So that's still on the roadmap.
All right, thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all the time we have for Max at One Button Capital. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
You can ask after. Hey, Max will stick around for you. Max, go find Sim. Okay, again, yeah, we got 30 seconds to a minute. You guys, please give Max some feedback on his presentation. Also, it'll help him potentially win the prize for today. You got 30 seconds, probably about a minute.
This will adapt to, like, because one system cannot be right, because it's a synthetic market, it's not natural. Yes, and imagine like giving a vote to each board, yeah, as well, and what here's exactly like between in your company. This is how people fuck up we know what
Yeah, I can see that a lot of you had the cheesecake for dessert. I'm seeing a lot of saggy eyes right now. So thank you very much for sticking with us. Everybody at the back, you're having like a little chit-chats. That's all good, that's all good. I would really like for those of you to please give your attention to the last two companies that will be presenting to us today. The next company is going to be actually very similar to the one that we just had, in the sense that it also deals with capital markets, it also deals with trading. It's, let's say, a different take, a different solution on the problem, and on leveraging that technology and leveraging tools. And without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Anthony from Panensam, who will share his solution with you right now. Everybody give him a warm applause. Oh, all right. Yeah, just do 2-second hold.
Okay.
I'll put you on for 5, watch me, and then 10 for Q&A.
Okay.
Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
No, present. You present, yeah? Okay, good evening. My name is Anthony. I'm founder from Panensam. But this presentation, my corporate secretary, Matthew, will be present. Okay, please, Matt.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Matthew, the corporate secretary of Panensam. So thanks, everyone, for having us. So I'll kick straight into it. So our name is Panensam. We're an edutech company located in Jakarta, Indonesia. And we've been established since 2009, where we've built an ecosystem, embedded it in Indonesia as a place for our members to come, learn, share, and grow together. Inside our ecosystem is also where we give education. We give education on capital markets, cryptocurrency, and business. At the moment, we've got over 70,000 members and over 360 distribution channels. And I think what we're really passionate about is making smarter, independent investors so that they can become reliable entrepreneurs. So this next, oh, whoops, I've skipped to the end. Oh, this is the wrong presentation, but it's okay. So I guess what we're doing is we're trying to solve 3 key problems, and that is literacy, motivation, and a wide technology gap or accessibility. So how do we do this is for literacy, we solve this by giving financial education. We also save money by, we feel that when we give people education, this helps them reduce their trading losses and actually keeps them in the market longer with the right educational foundation. Number 2 is motivation. In Indonesia, there's a low level of motivation. And what we do is we save time. So we built an ecosystem, a community in which it's a safe environment to learn in. And this is also where we use easy education language when we're talking with our members as well. And the last one here is technology. We feel that there's a wide technology gap in Indonesia, especially in some of the remote rural places that we're in. And so what we did was we built 2 applications. These are advanced supporting applications that help our members with trading activity. It covers stock and crypto, and it's also, we use very easy education language in it, and it also has educational videos and user-friendly at the same time. So what do we actually do? Our business model is we use a hybrid education model. This is offline and online, and we're in all places in Indonesia at the moment. We're also the only company that educates people with disability or full communities with disability as well. So we built the supporting applications, the bottom right here, as a way to help our trading members after they've been educated. In order to grow our ecosystem, we also concentrate on our target market. This is individuals aged 18 to 45 at the moment, and we also concentrate on financial institutions like digital banks or securities companies as well, and then non-financial such as communities or non-for-profit as well. So inside our ecosystem, how do we actually make our money? We've successfully monetized our ecosystem. So every time one of our members makes a transaction on the Indonesian Stock Exchange, we receive revenue from it. And we've also monetized our supporting applications as well. This is through revenue from monthly or yearly based. So what do we want to do in the future? We currently hold a broker license, but we're a non-exchange member. What we want to do is become a full-fledged securities company. This will open the door to new base revenue, such as interest-based revenue, or fee-based revenue, or margin lending, and easy to become an aggregator in the future, like cross-sell insurance products or fintech products as well. So what does the roadmap look like for us? So we see exponential growth in terms of our customers, in terms of our ecosystem members in 2022, going to about 600,000, driven by new digital advertising strategies. Up until this point, since 2009, we've just organically grown. We haven't done any digital advertising online, so we believe that with increased brand awareness, this is achievable. We're going to be reaching about 2 million people, 2 million members by 2024, and we believe that with increased brand awareness that our distribution channels will organically grow as well. Some of the new things that we're doing is digitalization and technology by changing the way that we educate. This is by incorporating, say, virtual reality or augmented reality in the way that we give education. So we're currently making 360-degree videos for our education. This will revolutionize the way that people receive education from us. So supporting applications, we're also looking at doing algorithm updates to our supporting applications. This will include voice activator command. So just like Siri, if you're an Apple lover, you could be on the go and you could be using your application to do analysis, or we even want to embed it in our brokerage company when we become a securities company in a way that you don't need to have a securities account anymore, and you can do all buy and sell orders on the stock exchange straight from your application. So in terms of the co-founders, Anthony, he represents CEO and co-founder of our company. He has over 20 years experience in the financial industry as well as security industry. He's also got 5 years experience teaching from the University of Indonesia as well. And Cecilia, she's in Jakarta at the moment, but she has 21 years experience in the financial industry and represents the commissioner of our company. So what are we asking for? We're asking for 3.5 million. We're willing to give away 6% of our business in equity, and we're looking to raise, to buy the IDX seat. This will take us to the next level of being a securities company. We're looking to expand the ecosystem. This is through digital advertising, growing our ecosystem through strategic marketing strategies and offline education events, and then there'll be a repayment of some debt as well. And I think that's it. Open to some questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Matthew.
Hi, impressive stuff. A couple of questions. Right now, who are you partnering up with here in Indonesia that supplies you with a regular maybe flow of clients or some sort of a strategic partnerships that allows you to grow very rapidly like what you've shown us?
Sure. So we have over 360 distribution channels throughout Indonesia. We call them Mitra. So these are located all over Indonesia, and they help us on a monthly basis refer new people to us. So they're like our organic strategy as well, offline. In terms of our online, we're just starting to approach the online channel for advertising as a new way of getting members, I would say. But previously, all of our advertising, all of our organic growth has come from that Mitra partner. Yeah.
Nice, thank you. And what is the, is there an exit plan? Are you guys looking to IPO or sell?
Yeah. So we're looking to IPO in 2024. So that's been the plan since probably about 2 years ago to IPO. So yeah, that will be our exit strategy.
Cool. Thank you.
You're looking at IPO which exchange?
Sorry?
You're looking to IPO where?
what exchange?
We will IPO in Jakarta. Yeah, Jakarta on the IDX. Yeah. So at the moment, our supporting applications are only based on Indonesian securities. We have considered expanding this to, say, US stocks as well, but that's part of our upgrade for our roadmap later on. Any other questions? Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. So I think your question was what makes us different, right?
What differentiates you with, I think one of the biggest name right now is Ajaib, and I think second one is Ternak Uang, right, in education part. So what differentiates you and those two? Thanks.
Great question. So what makes us different is our ecosystem itself. Since we began in 2009, we're very strong in the offline education business. We've built a deep-rooted ecosystem throughout Indonesia, and when we started, when we educated, we had 300 people similar to the room where we would educate, and I think that's what Ternak Uang or iJab or Stockbit are trying to do now. They're trying to build that offline channel. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing is definitely our supporting applications. These help our members make faster and quicker investment decisions. I think they don't have those applications at the moment, especially probably not crypto as well. So those are the two key things that make us different from them. Yeah. Okay, great. Any more questions?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
All right. A warm round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, Matt. That was great. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today and coming to Bali. So we'd like you, so we're almost at the end of this journey. And could we go full screen? Thank you. So we'd like you to take a moment to vet Paninsam. As you can see, very interesting concept in the sense of doing kind of like an edtech project, but a different type of education when you're not just learning basic math or geography and things like this, but actually educating yourselves into that whole trading world and turning, let's say, normal, everyday people into much more educated and knowledgeable about how to manage their money and how to make money work for you. I think we all discovered through time that nothing works harder for you than money itself. We've only got 24 hours in each day, but money can run while you're sleeping, and it's always good for us to have a bit of a side hustle going on. So now we are going to present the last company today. That's right, Matt?
One.
All right.
You guys made it.
We've almost made it. I'm going to leave
Raise
the
the
floor to
roof.
you.
I like that. Okay, last presenter of the day, we got Mike Hansel with Game Labs. Anybody that's a crypto investor for the last 6 to 8 months, you know the hottest niche is GameFi. The problem with GameFi, though, is that there's a new protocol every week, if not every day. So it's very difficult as an investor to keep up to date. Game Labs is a subscription-based platform that weeds through all the noise in this ecosystem, gives you good data, analytics, social metrics, and it pumps out a proprietary score that you can use to make better investment decisions. So I will introduce Mike from Game Labs to take it from here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Hello. Oh, okay. Well, let me ask you a question. Who here is investing in crypto gaming tokens? Quite a bit. Anybody lost some money? Me too. Thanks. Yeah, that's the big issue, right? Doing the right research, looking for the right information. Let's go right into the problem. So the problem is there's too much information everywhere. To get that information organized in a beautiful way hasn't been done yet. You can go to CoinMarketCap, you can go to CoinGecko to get certain information. Maybe for your social information, you go to Luna Crush, but it's very scattered and it's very not easy to get the right information. The solution Well, we have a very passionate team of researchers and gamers that had the same problem, so we had to come up with a solution. And one of the solutions was really doing a deep dive into the research and finding out, the roadmap, who are the investors, who are the partners, what's the tokenomics, all those questions that we're asking. It's very important, and nobody really has the time to do this. And turning all this into a beautiful dashboard is kind of our goal. So what we have, of course, our proprietary scoring system, which I'm going to talk a little bit about later. Internal gaming data, our plan is to do partnerships with any gaming token that's out there. So they give us certain data and they get the Game Lab certification. So our viewers, our members can know we can trust this company because they're giving the real data and not just data that you're getting from other sites where the data is not accurate. Social sentiment, basically our dashboard is putting all the good things from all the dashboards together in a very, very beautiful, organized way with easy actionable insights. I think this is very, very important. Data is one thing, but taking actionable, having actionable insights is crucial. Our business model, 80-90%, of course, it's subscription-based, B2C. We will have some advertising. Because we have a 3-tier system. Basically, it's like TradingView. You pay X amount, you have access to so and so many data, and you pay more, you have more. So this is what we are doing. That's why we have advertising for the first model. B2B subscription is going to come at a later point. I'm going to come to this later. So the evaluation model, this is very, very important. So we're going through all those different projects and we're filtering out step by step. What are the projects that we can even go to the next level? Maybe there's some projects they're not even worth looking at in more detail. So we're going step by step. Here's a little bit more detail. I don't want to go and talk about every single one, but for example, investors. Who are the investors in that project? Are those investors investing in projects that are rug pulls? So we are red flagging those certain investors. So we're making it easier for you to make a decision. We have the team. Who is the team? What companies were they involved with before? Were those companies successful? Roadmap, for example, is that roadmap realistic? Are they reaching their goals? Overall, we have 600 data points that we're going through. It's a lot of detail that no investor really has the time to do. These are like well-known numbers, but one thing to point out, of course, in the world of gamers, we have 3 billion gamers out there. The founder of Reddit, he said in 5 years, 90% of all gamers will be moving into the crypto gaming space. That's 2.7 billion people will be playing or investing in crypto games. Here, one really important number is the 25x. That's really most relevant to the crypto gaming space. Last year, there were 30,000 wallets connected to crypto gaming. So that's, you can say it's like 30,000 gamers. Within 1 year, it went to 750,000. That's 25x. That's a huge number, huge potential. As you know, you probably use a lot of these companies to do your research. We have the hardcore data on the left, which you probably be using, and when you get the social data, you go to the right. But what Game Labs is trying to do, you're going to be the best of both worlds. And basically, you don't want to go to 5 different websites. You don't want to go to Luna Crush for your social. You don't want to go to DebRadar for other information. You want everything on one site. Don't waste your time. Nobody really has time in this space. So that's what we're trying to do. Strategy, of course, the beginning we will give a lot of free subscription to get a lot of users. Maybe give 500 to 1,000 subscriptions for free. Get the data, get the feedback. What do they like? What we do? What do they don't like? Important community. You know, we do have a SaaS model, so we are doing something new in the crypto gaming space, but we're using a tried and proven model from the SaaS business model. So we're using the best of both worlds. One thing we're going to do is we're going to give away 555 NFTs. Those are the Genesis NFTs. That gives you even partial ownership of our company. So you buy that NFT for $1,000 and you have lifetime access. You own the NFT, you get access to that dashboard for life. Our roadmap, of course, from MVP to the next level, the final dashboard should be done in about 3 months, ready to use.
Mike, you got 1 more minute.
Okay, almost done. Projections. These projections, I think, pretty realistic. We only have 4,500 subscribers in the first year. That's 4 months of work. 14,000 in the next year, 47,000 in the last. The team, we're all passionate gamers. That's, I think, the key. Really good with research. We're only looking for $500,000 for pre-seed funding. So maybe 10 lucky guys here or girls in the room for 50,000 each. We can get this off the ground. We're making history today, by the way. You're all part of history. Because this is going to be a billion-dollar company in 4 years. Mark my words. You can think I'm crazy. I do believe so. So now I think 500,000 to get this going. To get the dashboard going. What we have right now is we have a report. That report is so good. If you invested in Thetan Arena, for example, if you would have read our report, you would have not invested money. So you would have saved a lot of money. Pigexi, a lot of people, big hype. Everybody's going in. If you would have read our report, you would have not invested in Pigexi. Sometimes not losing money is just as important as making money. So our big vision is to become the Moody's of crypto gaming. It's a big vision, but we're going to do it. And the mission is basically helping crypto gaming investors making better investment decisions, maximizing the profits, minimizing the losses. That's
Time's
it.
up. Time's up, Mike.
Thank you.
You were done anyways.
A little shaky, huh?
All right, guys, we'll open it up for questions.
Okay.
Great stuff. Question. So you're only focused, or why only focused on gaming? Because I see a lot of other applications are starting.
That's a really good question, you know. It's like, okay, if this is so good, why only gaming? Like, again, 3 billion gamers, 2.7 billion crypto gamers very soon. So the crypto gaming space is very big, and a lot of people in that space need help not losing money. Because there's too many people losing money. In Indonesia, everybody's losing money investing in those games. Games is going to be the future. So that's why we want to be the #1 in gaming. But who knows, maybe in 2 or 3 years, maybe we're going to change it and we're going to do it for the whole crypto market. But also doing it for the whole crypto market with all the research that needs to be done, you know, we need to do that later. It's already a lot of work just to do it for the gaming space.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank you for the presentation and introduction. And us as a crypto fund as well, we definitely need this kind of product. So this is highly valuable. And I think what exists on the market right now is like crypto rank or ICO drops has not enough information of the tokens that go out. And of course, we and a lot of people, as well as the retail investors, they need this kind of product. But my main question, what makes the research that you are going to perform on each one reliable, that people can trust on it? And then the second question is, if after all of the research, all of the dashboards and the scores that you give, a project turned out to be a rug pull, do you bear any responsibility, and are you prepared for this, and what will be your take on it?
Yeah. So the first question was?
What makes it reliable research, the information that you're going to provide?
Yeah, it took us 3 to 4 months to come up with that methodology. I mean, anybody who's really interested, we can share some of the details. It's proprietary. But these are 600 questions, 600 data points. Some of it is data, some of it is just deep research. What makes it reliable is, you know, we get our research from most of the sources that you have access to, white papers, but a lot of times white papers are not good enough. So, you know, we have a big team going into details. I mean, if you really see the details when we go through the investors, that alone is like 50, 60 questions. And we're not perfect. we always improve. Doesn't mean we have all the answers, and the scoring will improve over time. So we can only do better over time. So, and you said it, trust. It doesn't matter how you can have the most beautiful chart. If you don't trust the chart, it doesn't matter how beautiful it is. So the trust is really the key. And yeah, so far with our previous reports, we've done pretty well. But you know, the rug pull usually comes from a bad team. Not from tokenomics. Tokenomics is just a bad project, but a rug pull comes from a bad team. You can also see a lot from the investors investing, and who are the investors involved with before, and do they have rug pulls, had rug pulls before?
Yeah, but at the same time, we see that big VCs or companies like Animoca Brands, they invest in a variety of different projects, and some of them turn out to be rug pulls.
Most
or
of them.
even yeah, exactly. So this
it's
is
a bad
not what
company.
they're looking. So
yeah.
following these big projects may not be the best solution. However, of course, it's a great criteria to use. But yeah, basically, responsibility. Do you bear any, and are you prepared for it if something like this happens?
We can just give our best opinion based on our
put a disclaimer.
There's no guarantees. But the rug pull thing is a very, very big point, because we're trying to avoid that. And for example, if you see an investor investing in Pickaxe, but also investing in another horse race game, so you can see they don't really care. So if they're investing in more than just one of a similar project, then maybe it's a bad sign. And we pissed people off with our reports, giving it bad score, and they don't talk to us anymore. But we were right about our bad score, so we have to be brutally objective. And this is our goal. To gain the trust, you just have to do the best you can.
Yeah, and you see also, big investors are prepared for the loss. Whenever they invest in a project, they calculate the risk, they manage their capital. But if this is product delivered to the retail, they may see a great report, great dashboard, great score, invest everything they have, disregarding the risk management, et cetera, and maybe get into this one chance of scenario that, this project is a bad one eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point. So if you're giving it a 9.2 scoring and there's a rug pull, but yeah, we don't know. But we can only do the best we can. Yeah. But good question.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. That's it?
Any more? No? Anybody from the audience? You guys warmed up. There we go. Emilio, here, I'll give you a... You got another mic? No? You want to just pass that down, yeah? Thanks, Dante.
Thank you. Amazing idea, and it's cool that you're going to be like a kind of a Masari consulting style company, but for a niche. So definitely super cool and super needed. I've seen there is, and I like it, a lot of qualitative study in your work. What I didn't see that much in the presentation is you also do quantitative kind of work, or it's mostly based, as you said, on who's the team, digging deeper, vetting the guys investing, and then or you're planning to go also into the quantitative side of the thing, analyzing a project.
Yeah, I think we have a good balance of both, because we're getting certain API data that anybody can get from legit data.
Yeah, sure.
We're getting that. So what we're adding to it is the qualitative data based on our research. So, when you see the dashboard, you can see all the information that you want to see right away. And ideally with actionable insights that makes you go, oh, I should do something. For example, you see a Game Lab score of 9.2, and you see the market cap 2 million. It's like, hey, maybe this is something I should look at into investing. Maybe you see a Game Lab score of 6.2, and the social sentiment is going down, but the price is going up. Maybe you should sell. So this is something important to any investor. What we're really trying to do is, for people not to lose so much money.
Yeah. Congratulations. It's also a kind of a bold choice to go into gaming, because we all know that it's very difficult and most of the projects fail. Like, I invest in crypto myself, but I prefer to stick to layer ones, something a little bit on the safe side. I know the game is kind of a tough game when it comes to crypto.
And probably
so
80% are rug pulls.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, we got one more from the audience, and then we'll wrap it up.
So, hey, Michael, you did good, brother. You did good. So, the monthly price, the price.
The monthly price, we're starting at $39, which I think is a fair price. What we're really trying to do is to make a price affordable so we can have 100,000 users. Nobody should worry about the price on these kind of information. So we could charge $100, but we rather charge a lot less and get more people in. And we're going to be a community-driven company. Look at Nansen. Nansen is $1 billion company. They're heavily based on community as well, right? They're asking the community, what kind of data do you want? $1 billion company. Dune Analytics, $1 billion company within 3 years. Heavily based on community. So it's all about community, get the community involved, asking good questions. What do they want to see? What's useful? And make it affordable for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
You can leave that one here. Good job, brother.
Thank you, thank you.
We'll take the mic from you.
Who's investing? 50,000. Okay, 7 more spots.
So let's get into the score now, because we need the last score. And then what we can do is we can just invite the panel on stage. Sure. We thank them all, have them all there. And then Gil can hold the crowd while we do the scorekeeping. Yeah, sweet. Awesome. All right, everyone. This is the last company for the day. We'd please ask you to scan the QR code and give your rating for Game Labs so that we were able to collect your feedback on each of the company. Shortly, we'll be running all of these numbers to determine our 2 winners for the day. Matt, I think we're getting close to the end of the session. You guys have been amazing sticking with us so far. I can see a lot of committed souls, and we want to make the most of your time. And so what we'd probably like to do now is to invite the panel to join us on stage so that you can all once again see who the people are that participated today. And then I think we could have a couple of words from Gil as we're tallying up the scores, and then we can get the party going.
No, come on up. We got
7
chairs.
Come along. We can get a shot from the camera crew.
I think we got
all the
8
panelists, please come and join us. We've got 7 plus.
Somebody's going to get the high chair?
Yeah, we're sharing the high chair.
I think there's 8 panelists, and we got 7 comfy chairs and then the high chair. So
yeah.
Somebody's going to have to take the high
Just
chair.
bring it in.
We'll bring this. You're going to need this one too.
We've got only 7 normally.
Well, Andre's 8.
How many are we? Make it 7 plus 1. Bring it here. Cool. There we go. No. That's cool. Jonathan. You can come.
What are these ones?
Yeah. Just ask for general impressions.
Yeah.
All right. So everybody's in the hot seat now. It's interesting to find a position for me to stand. I think this will do just fine. So once again, I'd really like to thank all of you. Please give a warm applause to the panel for being dedicated and giving us their time today. We're very, very grateful for you to join us. We know you all have very busy schedules, so your time is absolutely appreciated. And we'd like to use just the next couple of minutes to get your impressions on the event. So of course, we kind of ran a bit of back-to-back where you pitch one company, you give your questions, and then we move on. And so this is just an opportunity for us to have just a quick chat about how you thought the event went, which companies kind of struck you, or what kind of ideas kind of you found quite interesting. I think it'll be cool to hear from the crowd and also from us what your general impressions of the event were. Perhaps we can start with you, Jonathan, and just kind of take it around.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah? Good. So first of all, thank you guys for organizing the event. I think this is the first of many that are going to come here, and glad to be part of it. So for this event, well, some of people know me, and I'm a bit of a crypto degen, yeah, so I like to invest in gaming, I like to invest in crypto mostly. I really like all the projects I heard the pitch from today. If the question is, should we focus on which projects?
Yeah. Whoa. There's
Directly
a lot
up
of feedback
to it.
there. Maybe just talk about the ones that you were most interested in,
Yes.
and just share your general thoughts on that, and then I think we can pass the baton like this.
Okay, so personally, I'm invested in a very similar project that Sim presented today. I see the potential on this kind of projects which basically put together real things like mining or gold price or real estate. I was surprised not to see any tokenization project on real estate. I know here in Canggu a lot of people are talking about that. I was expecting one of those today here. I know it's going to come on the next one. So I'm very interested in tokenization of gold, we can call it like that. Mined, pre-mined, after mining, extracted, whatever. I really like the idea. I know it has some complications that you gotta go through. That is literally knowing how much amount of the ore is in that location. If you can go through that issue, then I think that's a project that is basically done. Yeah. On the other hand, I really, I had a lot of fun last year with crypto gaming projects. Some of my students are here in here today from the courses I was giving. And that's a market that is gonna grow. I'm not sure about the numbers, the 2.7 billion, but I know it's gonna be a big market. We were there last year when it was growing, and it was crazy. So I'm definitely invested in crypto gaming, and this project, whatever you do, if you're investing in seed stage in a crypto gaming project at all, it's just gonna make money. That's probably what we are here for. And on the other hand, we are here also for the impact. Yeah, I'm happy to hear projects working on psychology and dealing with problems that are real today. So definitely an app for treating psychologically or giving help to people is really interesting. And helping in education here, I think the projects are really good today. I think that's my summary. Congratulations to everyone, all the people presenting the projects. I'm very interested in all the projects, and we'll definitely want to meet you face to face, one by one. Thank you, guys.
Cool. Thank you so much, Jonathan.
I thought it was absolutely, it brings a smile to my heart to see the amount of innovation in a positive direction. And I wasn't expecting that today, because a lot of times we see a lot of different things in crypto, especially online, where it's just about money, money, money. How do I make more money? And in investing, of course, you're trying to get a return. But it's beautiful to see all the people who are adding both layers to it. From the, how do I build a business that reaches so many people, but how does that have a social impact? How does that have an environmental impact? And then it's also nice to see people, where I talked about in my speech, from an artificial intelligence standpoint. How do we leverage all these different technologies? And I thought there was so many different insights that I got today, because it was so diverse, that allowed me to connect the dots from different industries and different projects. And that's a beautiful thing to see in an event like this. And while I was talking about network effect, and I really can feel the energy coming into this space. Over the last years, it's been, there's been some hard times, but you can feel people are starting to realize what is happening here and how this mass adoption is coming. And really, we're going to create a whole new world through these technologies. It's really beautiful to see what you guys are doing. So thank you so much for all the presenters. Thanks everybody for coming here and really just paying attention, and hopefully taking something from this where it can also make an impact in your businesses, your investments, and into the future of the world. So like we said, we can build a better world for our next generation. So thank you.
And now I wish I started talking before you, because how do I say something better than this? But yeah, on this note, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us to this event. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure to hear all of these new projects, new startups from all kinds of different fields, from all kinds of different people. There are some projects that are completely aligned with what we do in Stratman Brothers, and we have a lot of questions and a lot of areas of interest when we can collaborate on, and this goes with the Web 3.0, it goes with the game labs, etc., etc. But at the same time, I was deeply impressed by what you have said already, is using not only the technology, but trying to make an impact on this one, which I think is really, really important and brilliant with the mental health issues platform, along with the plastic refurbishing. This is absolutely great, and this is something that I think we need to give back and support this project as well, even though they may not have the best commercial interest for the investors. This is something that we should give back to the people and to the community. And just for the note, for the improvement in general as an event organizer, I found a little bit not enough time to rate the projects, and just a small minor issue that would be great to fix. This is it. Thank you so much.
So, first of all, I think it was an amazing event. So congratulations to the BIC team and the partners that you brought in. And thank you, Andre, for hosting us today. Big, big hands of applause for Andre and the Parq team, guys, because they host a lot of incredible events here. And I love how the space makes a big difference. The space holds us together. And I think that, the BIC team and your partners bringing in the right sort of people from all corners of Bali, and many of us come from different corners of the world, I think that made the event really special. And I really appreciated every single founder that came up here, especially the lady, I can't remember your name, I'm sorry, but I love that we had at least one woman up here, and now we have another one woman up here. Ladies, I'm a big, big supporter of women, especially in business and in the crypto space, so please, ladies, we need half of this group here to be women next time. And BIC team, I'd like for you to please take on this challenge. Half the group on the audience, on the founders next time, have to be women. I'm a big, big supporter of some adjustments that need to be in the world. And to all the founders that spoke here today, congratulations for stepping in front of the audience. It took me 100 speeches to get over my fear of public speaking. So for you guys stepping up in front of a group of audience, it takes a lot. Every single one that pitched, I was really impressed with, because it's like wow sort of projects. The BIC team, maybe next time we could do morning traditional business and afternoon crypto, not to kind of mix them up too much, because I believe for you as an audience, you want to know what's coming up next. You want to know which one you're interested in, because some of you might not be interested, like myself. I'm not interested in some of the projects that came up at all, and I want to be able to add value. So I'm thinking next time we can have two different panel that expertise in crypto and Web3, and panel that just loves traditional businesses, which is important. For me, what I'd love to ask the founders who spoke and the founders in the room, please look to collaborate a lot more. So if you're going to speak in front of an audience, try to manifest who you want to meet. Tell people who you need to meet, not just what you need. Don't just say we want money, but go into a lot more details on what sort of people you want to manifest in front of you and what sort of people you want to meet today. Telling an audience that you just need money might not be able to get you the solution, but telling people in detail, I would like to manifest, you don't have to use that word, the specific kind of people that you would like to manifest into your life this week and this month, from specific strategic partners that you're looking to attract, and you can have that on a slide, to specific employees. I'm 100% sure that every single company that came up here today is recruiting right now. And none of you mentioned who it is that you want to hire. And I guarantee that half this room is looking for a new job or a new advisory position or a new consulting position. So consider when you come in front of an audience, tell them who it is that you want to meet, because that is the biggest assets you could bring into the company outside of money. Money is money, but money goes up and down. But attracting the right people that might be in front of you is the best thing you could tell an audience. So good luck with that for next time. And if you'd like to, please stay for a little bit later. I'm going to have some fun with you guys to show you how we can actually manifest people around the room for whatever project you're currently working on. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Gil. So thanks, Gil. We're hiring actually, so I won't I'll get into that in 1 second. But thank you. My name is Rob Charles. I'm founder and CEO of Goldfinger. We're the first digital investment club. We started in 2014, like an all-in-one WeChat for investing for a community to access the resources, including capital, intellectual, human, and real capital. We have over 100,000 investors, angels, VCs, funds, family offices in a global network, and we bridge into different communities. We have over in-person communities in 11 international cities, and we're here in Bali, thanks to Gil, to bring our community and help bring the communities together here, focused on investing and raising capital, which we found most people are looking for this. So can I see a show of hand in here? Who's in here is an investor, invest in either private equity or cryptocurrency? Great, good show of hands. And who in here is also an entrepreneur, is working on a project or is building a project or building something, raising money? About the same amount of people. So that's what our use cases have been for the last 8 years since we've been in business. Is everyone's it's inefficient markets. It's like the same concept as there's plenty of food on the planet, but yet people are starving. There's plenty of capital on the planet, and there's plenty of projects, but yet it's not meeting the right people. And a lot of this is built on trust, relationships, reputation. I believe the gaming, you're talking about being able to screen these deals and vet these deals and so forth, which is a big undertaking, huge undertaking, right? So all of these projects that people work on, and they're huge undertakings themselves. And first off, I want to acknowledge and congratulate the entrepreneurs in the room and also on the stage, because really it's the entrepreneurs that the next wave that are to be changing everything in the world and all the innovations that we're currently doing, and we need to support these entrepreneurs in however possible. So I would urge everyone in the community here, I always say to Goldfinger community, it's about helping and sharing resources and collaborating. We're here as humans to cohabitate and help each other. A lot of people in Bali understand this, but in other parts of the world, seems to be lost sometimes. And so even if you're not interested in one of these projects directly to invest, at least open doors, because I guarantee you all the resources that you need, or any of these projects need, are either in the room or 1 degree of separation. And it's whether people are willing to work together, help each other, and if you are an entrepreneur investor, I suggest giving first and always add value, helping other people first. It comes back tenfold in that way, and I look forward to hopefully collaborating and meeting you and seeing how we can add value in the community here. So thank you. Oh, by the way, we are hiring. We're looking for. We travel different places, and we're looking for right now a COO, also a project manager. And so if you're interested, we can speak after. Thank you.
No takers? Hi, everybody. I'm Stella. I guess I'm the only Indonesian and female here. I hope. Thank you. I hope by the next event we will have more female panelists and founders. I'm actually very happy to talk to the Nia, the lady at Robberies, earlier today. I know English is not a first language for a lot of the presenters, so it's very scary to be up here talking about your product and trying to fundraise in a language that is not your first language. So I'm part of the BIC. So I moved to Bali a little bit a year ago. I was supposed to be here for a vacation, and then a year later. So I met these guys from networking events and from that, we start talking about investors and investments, and I'm very interested in social impact investings. And their mission is aligned with something that me and my group of investors, friends that wants to invest in. So during last year, we had a couple of projects together, I guess. I invested in Bukapeo and Recosystem, and they're doing very, very well. I'm also the angel investor for Purpose, Oki's business ventures. I'm very excited about that because I think it's an interesting intersection between tech and non-tech. I'm very new in NFTs and blockchains. I come from a very traditional background. I work in corporate. I'm in the energy sector. So I work a lot with government bodies, regulators, manufacturers, not developers, not programmers, not crypto gaming. So I think what Gil was talking about earlier also makes a lot of sense. There are tech and non-tech groups here, and I think at some part of the presentation, I feel like I have no use for crypto gaming. I have no idea about that. I can talk to you about traditional business. I can talk to you about running a business in Indonesia, how to grow your business in Indonesia, the government, the permit, the headache of actually just do any business here. But anything with metaverse, I'm lost. So I think this is also why I'm here, to learn from these panels as well and learn from you guys. So I am open to network and connect. I want to learn more about that space, and maybe in the future, if there are interesting projects, and I am looking forward to collaborate with any one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Filippo. I've been building startups, specifically e-commerce, in the last 10 years. And I'm now planning the next 10 years fighting climate change. Today was a beautiful day for me. It was one of the first time I was actually on the opposite side of the pitch. I really want to thank the organization for having me, and I learned a lot. I just wanted to point out that 10 years ago, in 2012, when I flew the first time in Indonesia, the digital ecosystem was really almost non-existent. And to see what is happening today on this stage, it makes me very proud. I see so many Indonesians presenting and pitching as CEO. Is something that was not the case 10 years ago, and that gives me a lot of hope. And I think it's also a good time to thank this country and its people for being so welcoming and so always very warm. And that's something I owe this country a lot. So that's a good opportunity to thank you guys. So yeah, whatever, if you're doing anything related to climate change and you think I can help, I'll be very happy to support. I can provide you in my limited skill set, but I'm here for you. Thanks again.
All right. Ladies, gentlemen, it's been an absolute honor hosting you today. We've paid attention to your feedback, Gil. Talking about the mixing, not mixing the startups. This is something that we actually spoke about quite a bit in the last couple of days, and this is actually how we started, with running the impact in Block 1 and running the Web 3.0 in Block 3, in Block 2, and then we decided that we were going to mess with all of you, because you were going to do just what you said you would do. Is people would show up for the impact, they'd leave, people would show up for the Web 3, they'd leave, and the whole reason we mixed it up was to kind of force everybody to just get here. That's why we launched the program on the very last day, so that we could have you here from the morning and get these two crowds, which are two crowds that really don't mix around in Bali or in Indonesia, to actually spend time together. Yes, sir.
So a quick suggestion for that, leading off from what Gil said and what you just said here as well. You have a pretty big space here, and the idea is about cross-pollination. As Rob said, you're one person away from the person you need to find. But if you don't know that they're here, then you won't find them. So what you could do, this is a big, beautiful space, is you could have areas dedicated to certain markets. So if you're in DeFi, or if you're in gaming for lunchtime or certain sessions, you could have that's the spot or that's the table where you go. If you're interested in that, that could develop into a mastermind or something else. But that's a really simple way to get the people in here communicating together. The other way is using, when we signed in, maybe there's something with geo-tagging that you could use, so those people who are in a similar line, they maybe get a notification on their phone to go to a certain area at a certain time to have a conversation. Just 2 quick ideas.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that feedback. And this is really in line with where we think this kind of event can go. We kind of, made Angels and Founders happen in just over 4 weeks. And you won't believe how fast 4 weeks goes when it comes to organizing an event. So this would be, let's say, Angels and Founders 2.0, where we can actually stretch out the event a little more, do more, a bit of a conference, as you said, create different spaces. I'm really happy to hear that this is kind of, also what you're thinking. Gil, what you guys also shared. This is super important to us, for us to understand how we can continue fostering that mix and that collaboration, because as you said, you guys are more traditional business, you guys are more into that Web3, but realistically, we're all neighbors living on the same island, and the real world and the digital world has to mix, and mixing it actually creates greater value for all of us. So without any further ado, while our panel was kind of sharing their impressions with us, we had Shifa over the back run some statistics, and it actually came down to the second decimal for second place on the, we may have some shocking news. Whoa, no, but there's not enough votes on that, I'm sorry. If we're running on 2 votes, I don't know if that's acceptable. You guys were lazy rating Game Labs. We had an amazing amount of reviews for all of the companies except for Game Labs. I think you guys only got 2. Really sorry to say, but you can look and blame all of these people over there and all the people there. Yeah? Yeah, well, that's the tallied score. But 2 votes could be 2 teammates just ranking everything on 5. So we're trying to get the potential bias out of there. But that's a real shocker, because we may or may not have a new winner. So let me just announce number 2 right now, because we know who that is. And number 2, you may become number 1. Oki from Purpose. Your average was 4.1. Well done. What? 10 votes. Yeah? Okay. Cool. That's chill. Just silent question. Okay, cool. Okay, come on stage. And Michael, come on stage also. You got the 445 average by a very fine line. Well done, Aki. Yes. So, Aki, you have won 1F, which was very generously sponsored by the Parq team, by Andre. Andre being a very shy man and choosing to stay on this side of the stage most of the day. Thank you for letting us host here and for your presence. And Michael, it looks like you ran a really strong case in the Q&A. Generally, when pitchers start with that's a very good question, it means that they know they're in big trouble. And somehow you actually spun it around and you won the hearts of some people, or you paid off a couple of people in the last minutes to give you the best rating. Either way, it doesn't matter. You have won Startup of the Day today, and you have also won the Stratman and Brothers Consulting Services Prize. So please, please, please. Those of you in the middle, you guys are sharing the stage. Thank you very much. Everybody, we are now going to have a bit of relaxation time. You can get up, we'll be playing some music. We've got foods and snacks. And Gil would like to have 5 minutes to just play with your mind. And so I will pass on the microphone.
I'm going to play with you guys just for 5 minutes, okay? Just 5 minutes. You guys, I'm going to need you guys in the audience. Just for 5 minutes, and then we're going to do whatever you want. Because there's a lot of people in the room who've not met the person they came here to meet. Who in this room has not met the person they came here to meet? Be honest. Not one person. Thank you for being honest. Everybody's like lying, like, yes, I'm a little bit shy to raise my hand. No, really. Who wishes, thank you, who wishes that they could have met this amazing person that would have given them the answers? Wait, Tom, I need you guys' attention. Guys, you guys are going to be involved in this. Just 5 minutes, 5 minutes. So this is what we're going to do. If you're in space, go. Shh. That's it, just walk around. Walk around. Yeah. Shh. Stop moving chairs. Shh. Move around the chairs. Stop moving all the chairs. Go into the open space areas, yeah. Go into the open space, yeah. Shh. Don't talk. That's it. Look around. Change directions. Walk somewhere else, maybe. And stop. Okay, stop wherever you are. Just for 1 second, don't move. Now look around you, a few things you gotta notice. If there's a lot of people around you, like this people, this is pretty cool. So you're attracted to crowds, you wanted to be near around other people, you were walking maybe very, very slowly. If there's no one around you, you gotta consider that this has a lot more depth to what you can ever imagine. If there is no one around you within a hand reach of you, you're not good at asking for help in life. In life, this is not 100% of the time. I've done this a lot. If there is no one in reach of you, you're not good at asking for help. You're not good at asking for advice. You tend to want to do a lot of things on your own. You're an entrepreneur who thinks you could do better things than your employees, which is why you don't hire people. It's not right. He's smiling. He's like, and you're like giving me a look like you're going to kill me. It might not be right all the time, but in most cases it is. Now I want to try to give you guys this little 4-minute technique. Whoever is around you, okay, what I would suggest for the next 4 minutes, grab 3-4 people maximum that are around you in a moment when I say go. Ideally that you don't know. It's not your best friend, it's not your girlfriend, it's not, ideally you don't know, you're like, hey guys, you guys come together, you guys come together. And if you're like alone, not in a group, don't stand there like this. Walk around, look for a group of 3 people, let me join you guys. Try to hustle a little bit and be around some people. Yeah, when I say go, just look for a group, 3, 4, 5 people, not 10 people, not 2 people. Don't be one-on-one, yeah? And try to do this. You'll each have, let's just say, 30 seconds to a minute. Don't go into introducing yourself, they're not gonna remember. Don't tell them your family name, they're not gonna remember. Tell them your first name, and tell them what are your goals for the next 3 months. So you can actually introduce yourself and what it is that you do by telling another human being what it is that you wanna achieve. Because most human beings, when they connect, they talk about what they do right now or what they've done in the past, or they talk too much about the past instead of talking about the near future. When you speak about the near future to other people around you, what you're actually doing is you're manifesting what it is that you want to achieve in front of them, and they could potentially help if they want to. And what I would suggest, within those 30 seconds to 1 minute that each one of you can have, tell them what it is that you're trying to achieve, and tell them, if you can, a person that you would love to meet in order to help you achieve that. So tell them, for example, my name is Gil, and over the next 3 months, one of my biggest really passions right now is to go a lot deeper into the crypto space and to help 3 or 4 more really awesome companies raise money, especially in Web3 and crypto, companies that are making a big difference in my life, because for the last 10 years, that's what I've been doing, helping companies scale around the world. And that one person I'm looking for right now is a marketing person that can help me brand myself even better than I've done in the last couple of years. As an example. Tell them what it is that you want to do, tell them what it is that you're trying to achieve, and tell them that one person you're looking to attract into your life. Try that. It's not easy if you don't do this daily, and I would highly recommend on a daily basis, tell other people who it is that you need to meet, not money that you're trying to attract. Tell people every day who it is that you want to meet. And if you want even more, every day before you go to sleep, say thank you to every single person you've met that day. It's such an amazing way of falling asleep, really like a baby with good dreams. So you guys have 4 minutes. Yeah, ideally you find someone that's around you that you don't know. Again, 3 or 4 people in the kind of groups, 5 people maximum. Here's a trick. If you don't have a group, raise your hands. And then look for other people with their hands up and then walk towards each other. Don't just raise your hand and say, hey, you guys, all of you, come to me. No, walk towards people a little bit, yeah? Try it again. You'll have 1 minute each or so. I'm not counting. If you want to put a timer on, no timer. Just 1 minute each approximately. Tell them what it is that you're trying to achieve in the next few months, and at least one person you wish to meet. And enjoy the magic that you'll see happening. And if I can help you in any way to manifest more key people into your network, please let me know. I have some magic formulas around it. Yeah, thank you. You got 5 minutes-ish. Try to do that, please. 3 or 4 people. If you want to do it more than once, go to one group and then change groups. You could stay here in this space as long as you want. Yeah, thank you very much for Parq. Thank you for BIC team. And thank you for being beautiful. Yeah? Go for it. Find people. Let's go. Let's go. Find people. Let's go. Don't stand alone. Let's go. Not too many people in the group. 3, 4, 5 people. Let's go. Make a group. Make a group. Get her. Get her. Invite her. Move away from this group. Move away from them. If you don't have a group, raise your hand. Come towards the front. Nice. If you see someone standing alone on their phone, call them over. They're not really on their phone, they're just shy. How you doing? Why you guys two? Guys, what's going on? What's going on? Here, these two guys. You two or you two? Come on, come on. Done. Come on. Done. Why are you alone? What's going on? Anybody? Why are you alone? What's going on? Why are you shy? You two, why are you shy? You don't want to be in the group? Don't shy, of course. Come, пожалуйста, come. What's your name? What's your name? Lisa. Lisa, guys. Lisa is going to join you. It's okay. Just for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. No phone. 5 minutes. What's up, man? Why are you alone? Come on. You want to join the group? Go down, join that group. Right there. Come on. Come on. Don't be alone. Guys, open up. He's going to join you. He wants to make new friends. Come on. Don't talk too much. Just what you want to achieve and who you want to meet. Get to the point. By the way, really good tip. Whenever you speak about your future, stand up. Because you stand with energy. Your body cannot have pure energy if you're sitting down. And yeah, you know 70% of communication is your body. So get up and talk. Talk about your future, you know? Whenever in the future you will be speaking about your future, don't sit down. When you speak about your future, your own dreams, stand up and you see how your body will be moving a lot more. And it's okay, because now you're looking at her. Now he cannot look at your eyes. So now he's like... She already that's not his fault if he looks.
And then we spent some learning, and that was the first thing that was
Guys. We have a lot of glasses, wine glasses on the floor. Please go and pick them up because they're going to fall on break guaranteed. Take one more girl to help you pick up as many glasses as you want. What's going on, guys? How are you, beautiful people? How are you? Happy to see you. What are you guys doing here? Just came to see you. You were not a part of the event. No.